In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a marvelous Monday. Marvelous Monday. Foot Soldier. That is not true. Grand Rising, Madison, Daniel Berry Sports Highlight, Grand Rising, Madison, Dr. Soapy. It is always good to see you, Dr. Soapy. Look, okay. I was like, I am not going to be late. And I'm sitting up here, and then there I go, going off into other areas and watching other things. And then I looked at my clock, and it was 4:02. And I said I was gonna be exactly on time because that dang on Foot Soldier. And then look at you, a minute late. Foot Soldier. Oh, you're bad. Okay. Dropping by to say hi. Hey, Miami Popo. It is good to see you. Glad you dropped by. Can you guys hit the like button since you're here? Share, like, or share. Like and share. Just share. Sharing is caring. Okay, so I have an update for you guys on that where is she from? Where is this chick from? Where is this chick from? I think they're from Minnesota. I think that the white woman who was calling the 5-year-old autism boy all types of iggas. Okay, so there is an update that I think you guys would like to know about. She then turned around and started a fund similar to the GoFundMe funds to collect money to move. because of her own behavior. She got a fund with like-minded people in there congratulating her on calling a 5-year-old child with autism uh, the N-word 50 times over. So I want to give you guys the update about this situation. Okay, let me share my screen with you guys, and it's a way that you guys can help as well. She's getting rewarded. The people are doubling down, telling her what a good job she did. So she's being rewarded for her hate speech towards a 5-year-old autistic child. So let's see what you may be able to do to help as well.
The child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him a. Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again? Okay. All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's you dumb.
Nobody digging into your.
A little kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a. The little child?
He acts like one is gonna.
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know that's a hate speech, and you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a
Huh. Okay, we'll see about that. What the internet has to say about you.
The kid she's going after has autism.
Okay, so and now to say, hey, Grand Rising Bernice, to save face in this situation, the CEO of the crowdsourcing site where she's collected over $750,000 is saying, well, there's really are reports that the child wasn't a 5-year-old. They're saying that he could have been as much as a 10-year-old. So you've done nothing to check these rumors out. You just would prefer to spread the rumor as if the child may be close to 10 years old. No fact, just rumor and speculation. And you know how they like to call black children, how they like to adulterize black children. You can call a black 10-year-old a man. I mean, it's a black child. Why are you calling it a child? Why aren't you saying that man? Shouldn't you charge him as an adult? Pay attention. Pay attention. But they'll call 22, 23-year-old white people who have shot up a whole Walmart a kid with issues. Oh, he's just a young kid. He doesn't bother anybody. As his carnage is laid out on the floor, in a uh, high volume place with a lot of people. Okay, those are kids.
He doesn't behave in a neurotypical way. And even if he didn't have autism, nothing he could have done would justify her calling him slurs and pursuing him physically, which is what she says she was doing before this guy intervened. He said after he stopped recording, she sat down, hurled more slurs, told him and his wife that they should leave the country, and then got on the phone and acted like she was calling someone to come down there and handle things. Fortunately, no one came, and eventually she packed up her child and left. But this woman is a danger to children. She doesn't need to be on a playground or around other kids. And she has at least one child of her own, which is also concerning.
Shiloh Hendricks, the woman who we have all seen, we all know who she is by now, has raised over $773,000 off of Give, Send, Go for calling a black child the N-word. One person is trying to bring all of those funds to a halt.
I've been thinking, I've been strategizing, I've been doing
Hey, Grand Rising Bernice, if I didn't speak, this woman right here, you got to give it up for this young lady right here. Please support her venture in doing what she's doing. She calls herself a troll. She said, "I'm an admitted troll." So let's see what she's doing. She's from the Atlanta area.
Doing a little sleuthing, right? So what I thought about as a business owner, what do I want to hit? Do I want to hit her or do I want to hit the money? So I thought about that. So I started searching and trying to figure out how can I find this funding source. I'm a business owner, I own a retail store, so I know there is a funding source. There's a pipeline somewhere, right? Give, Send, Go is the platform she uses, but they are not the bank. So I thought, like, we got to find a bank. And most banks are not going to want to be attached to something like that, right? Like most banks, especially payment processors, they will cut that off with any type of doubt or controversy. They'll usually just cut it off, right? So what I did, I used to be a web developer, so I know how to code and I know how to read code. So I went and I broke down the code on Give, Send, Go's checkout page line for line. And there were keywords I wanted to look for, right? So I looked for the keywords and I started looking through the keywords and I found the keyword Block Inc., right? That's familiar, right? Block Inc. is the parent company of Square. So I went and I did my researching and it turns out, yeah, that's their payment processor.
That is Keandria Damone, an activist and entrepreneur who is based in Atlanta, Georgia. Like a lot of us, she was disgusted with what she saw and she wants to take action.
So I'm going to attach and I'm going to share ways we can contact both Block Inc. and Square. So we want to hit both of them so they can't ignore us, right? But there is a process to report stuff like that. And I don't know if they just didn't think we'd find it out, but yeah, we found it out. So I'm going to share how y'all can report. Stop reporting to Give, Send, Go. They don't give a They supported Kyle Rittenhouse, the January 6th rioters. That is literally what they do. That platform thrives off hate. So we don't want to hit them. We want to hit the money. And see, Give, Send, Go is a for-profit company, and they pretty much can do what they want to do. But when it comes to banking and payment processing in this country, we do actually have laws and regulations surrounding that. So any type of bank or payment processor has to have a clear-cut policy that prevents them from funding hateful things like that. So yes, Block and Square both have policies that prohibit the use of their platform for glorifying or amplifying or profiting off of harassment, illegal activities, racism, and yes, hate speech. So she has violated their policy by even having that campaign.
She would tell the Grio, quote, "I was initially looking for things that were red flags as far as their compliance as a company. I started thinking like, this isn't going to be enough because they're just going to fix it and they're going to keep operating." Meanwhile, the founder of Give, Send, Go, where Shiloh Hendricks launched her donation page.
No, so let's just clarify some of the facts. So one,
But you
we
hear
don't
her
know the age of
voice.
well, I'm just going to clarify some of the facts. We don't know the age of this child, so that's in contestant rate number one. The boy was rummaging through her belongings, which caused the backlash. So it wasn't like she unprovoked just stepped into a situation and called a young boy a term. It was because this boy, who some people say is as old as 10 years old, was actually stealing from her. And she said, no, that doesn't excuse, I don't condone calling people racial epithets and bad names at all. But there is a place for, I mean, there was GoFundMe allowed a campaign for the boy and his family, and it raised $350,000. So is that condoned?
As he is making excuses for the racist woman, he don't condone or excuse, but as he's excusing it based upon something that he has no idea of knowing what is true. So he don't condone that. So obviously he wouldn't condone the child parents from making $350,000. Would that mean he's condoning stealing? Stealing? Oh, so now we have actual intent of what do they call it? Mens rea, that this autistic 5-year-old had the mindset to put together a plan to go and actually steal from this woman? Is that what you're saying? Take that to court. See how that works for you.
Owning thievery or stealing. I don't see the outrage against GoFundMe.
Well, his name is Jacob Wells, and he deserves all the criticism in the world.
Okay, so I wanted to talk about this real quick because I've seen this floating around too. And first of all, a lot of y'all are just way too easily influenced, bro. Like, just because this man got up there and said he wanted or he was gonna do something, first of all, it's the CEO, not the CFO. That's two different things. But the CEO is not an end all be all for a company. That's one. This man has decision making power in a lot of aspects, but he's not the end all be all for that company. He is not God in the company. This man has an entire board of people who he has to answer to. So when it's a problem of this size affecting a company, that's not something the CEO can single-handedly even make a decision about. But outside of that, why, like, y'all can stop sending me videos. Y'all can stop sending me links. Y'all can stop even commenting this. I've seen his beanhead get up there and say he supported her, but we knew that. We knew they were going to support her. We knew Give Send Go was backing her fully and refused to take down that campaign. In fact, Give Send Go supporting her was the entire reason I found another solution. So y'all are not saying anything that is new at this point. We shouldn't be shocked by that. But this man can get up there and he can say he want to give her 10 million. All I give a damn. The fact remains that this man single-handedly is not the bank. Now, unless he gonna give her a meal out his pocket, I can't stop him from doing that. But as far as collecting funds in a fundraiser online, a payment processor, a third party is responsible for that. That decision does not lie with him. It lies with a third-party payment processor. And that third-party payment processor has a very clear-cut policy.
He's also, not much of a surprise here, a total hypocrite. So the Griot has more. The 33-year-old, as in Keandria, is a social media disruptor, and she has launched an effort to prevent Shiloh Hendricks from receiving any of the Give Send Go money, which has netted, they say, 600,000. It's over 773. By directing her nearly 50,000 followers and all who want to help to put pressure on the fundraising platform and payment processor by making complaints, she hopes to hold them accountable for profiting off of hate. And that is a message that I can get behind. A quick clarification, as Damone outlined in a message later on, it is Stripe, not Square. Stripe's policies prohibit the use of their services for activities that promote hate or violence, which could be applicable in this case. Here's the thing, though. Keandria has received a lot of messages.
Miss Darlene, sister girl, are you new to the internet? What in the are you talking about?
And has now been making the rounds when it comes to various media platforms.
She hurled this racial slur at a child and she was filmed, but instead of taking any accountability, she not only played the victim and doubled down, she posted a crowdfunding link and she started collecting donations for this. As far as I know now, it's at $750,000. We are trying to freeze specifically Shiloh's payment that was processed through Block Inc. Square. I'm kind of a troll and I'm really great at it. To be fair, I will only drag racist people and abusers. Any sort of scandal, any sort of devastation, especially in this country, there's always a rich white man at the top with his hand in the pot. Looking at like bigger picture, because I want this to be something that is impacting us long term. I want this to be a way of thinking as we're moving forward, regardless of the outcome. It wasn't even just about the money, because it is wrong that they're profiting off of harm. So many people are just sick of these companies profiting off of harm. But it was also about accountability. Somebody has to be held accountable.
She would tell the Black press, quote, "This is not a situation where I just want to cyberbully Shiloh Hendricks and have people talking about her bad dye job. I want to actually get in this situation and make a difference." They'd write, Keandria is calling on the public to keep the pressure on by filing complaints directly, and if they've been affected by similar services, with the CFPB or FTC. Quote, "We need that paper trail," she would emphasize.
Okay, so unfortunately, the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is let me make sure my mic is on. Is Hey Nappy Child, Grand Rising, Very Carey, Grand Rising, Jill's Comfort Zone, Grand Rising. Unfortunately, since we have 45, 47 in office, the Consumer Protection Financial Bureau is unfortunately under the hands of Russell Vogt, one of the co-chairs of Project 2025. Elon Musk went in with Doge and tried to shut down that whole agency. A consumer, you and I, people who consume protection. How could that be bad if they're trying to protect the consumer? Financial, how could that be bad if they're trying to uh, uh, protect the finances of the consumer? A whole bureau he wanted to shut down. He said that he had thrown it in the wood chipper. However, a court said that they were not allowed to shut it down. They have been responsible for getting back, I think it was $2 billion that were wrongfully rifled from the pockets of common citizens by big corporations. So, therefore, they needed to get rid of that. Now, what is going on in the uh, consumer CPFB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, is that claims that have been settled. I did a story on this last week. Now, with Russell Vogt over it, claims that have already been settled, they are going back into the claims where the person who has harmed the consumer has lost, and they are the CPFB is going back and saying, "Hey, well, the old CPFB, the real one, they did this wrong and they did that wrong, and they are instead of the person who have harmed the consumer having to pay out, they are rescinding these court cases, and they are letting them keep any payment." How are they doing this, Ronnie Hugh? They are eliminating the rules that it has been found that these big businesses have broken in taking the consumer's money. So under Russell Vogt, please be aware that CPFB has been gutted out, and any wrongdoing that they find under the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, they will, if they find that the big corporation is wrong, they would just eliminate the rules. This is what's going on in America. This is what you know. I'm just trying to give you guys some information. So let's continue.
Size. So, in closing, follow her, support her work, and if you can, join in without using hateful language and targeting Shiloh's kids. It should be give, send, go. It should be the payment processor. And we need to have a direct tunnel vision on how to operate on this, because what we're going after is not only her conduct, of course, which is gross and bigoted, but it's that she shouldn't profit off of hate like that. So let's keep our eye on the ball here. If you can and are willing, please become a paid member here at TYD Sports and/or.
Okay, so that's the information I wanted to give you. If you guys learned something here today, I do have my goals up. Thank you, Very Carey, for reminding me. Now, I think that this is good information overall, because instead of just whining and moaning and being pissed about it, she has actually taken the time to go in and find the payment apparatus that pays this what is it? Cash and Go. Now, this CEO, the owner of Cash and Go, is an alleged Christian who said that he doesn't believe in the council culture. I don't know if it was I don't know if that was the owner and CEO that was shown in this clip, but there is more than one way to skin a cat, is what I've been taught. So that link is in my description box. Now, okay, hold on. Let me see something right quick. Hold on one second. Um, are you guys here? Are you guys awake? Okay, so let me let me share this with you. Did you guys get a chance to welcome in your new citizens to the United States? At a time when all of these immigrants are flooding our country, uh, I hope you guys have been there to receive the new Americans, the new people who have been given refuge because of what's going on in their own country is so horrible that 45, 47 uh, gave them refuge. Have you guys you know welcome your new citizens to the United States? Let me share this with you right quick. Just in case you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys haven't missed welcoming uh, these poor souls to the United States who are being abused in their own country. I talked about them earlier. I talked about it was the first week of the 44, 45, 47's presidency. So nobody should be surprised that the first Africans were welcome unto our shores, not black Africans. Oh, no, 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 no. They call them Afrikaners, that distinctively singling out white Africans. So, his first week, he said, "Oh, it's a lot of bad things going on over there. Some things I can't even say." And I said, "Yeah, you can't say them because it's not going on." You guys may remember that. Anyone who follows my show, this is not news. He did this on his first week. Proclaimed that these white South Africans were being beaten so badly, and a whole lot of other things were going on with them that he just didn't even want to wrap his slimy lips around and say out loud. So um, let's okay, let's get these. I have three little things I want to show you about that. Here we go. Uh, they're calling it the genocide of white farmers. This is what they're saying: the genocide of white farmers. Can you imagine? Okay, so let me find this. Hold on one second. Ha 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 ha. Here we go. Okay, let me share this with you. Good morning, Vito. Good morning, Ray Black. It is so good to see you guys. Isn't this lovely? Isn't this wonderful? Don't have to teach them to hate the blacks. They know they come from a party. South Africa, you see, they coming in with their flags in hand. Do 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 do. They said that these people will be uh, the easiest to assimilate into American society. That's what they say about these people. These people are not escaping wars. Like other people are trying to seek asylum in the United States because they're from a war-torn country who can no longer at this time under the blockade that 45, 47 have on inviting in new people to the United States. No, 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 no. These people are not tasked with those dreadful little problems that people no. These are people who are trying to escape South Africa with a black South African president who is I think they would have been more comfortable if they had said uh taking some land back from the South Africans who for if he had said public domain, maybe they wouldn't have had a problem. Well, taking land back from white people would always be a problem. But eh, anything other than putting in a system where they can take land back, but they're not just taking the land back. They want to negotiate to pay them for this land that is not being used. Not No, they don't want to come through your house and bulldoze down your house. I mean, that's so un-American. I mean, I can see why Americans would be upset because that's unthought of in America. Somebody who want to just use the land that your house is on and just pay you pennies on the dollar for the worth of your house. We don't do this in America. So they want to actually use land that the landowners are not using. They don't want to come up and go up through their farm and no, the land that is not in use. They want to buy back for public use. So they're saying this is genocide being set on the African farmers when it is no such thing. Not one land, uh, not one. They just instated this law in February. At the time, uh, this was right after 45, 47 got in office. He was up in arms. He hopped off of a plane, and I showed you the clip, and he was like, oh, and what they're doing in South Africa is horrible. And after that, South Africa said, fuck you, motherfucker. We will no longer be sending you any of our minerals from our raw earth minerals. So he is very, very, very upset with South Africa. And another reason why he could be upset with South Africa, let's not forget his Doge bro is from South Africa, apartheid South Africa, which he says he remembers well and fondly. Let's not forget he's from South Africa. And he wanted to build a large battery company in South Africa. And he he was like, I am not allowing South Africa to own 30% of my battery factory. Well, if you're going to build a business in South Africa, that is how it is in South Africa. Are you going to tell China what you're not going to do? No, you're going to add that to the cost of doing business in China. So, God forbid. So, they are very upset with South Africa. Let's really understand. So, let's hear these talking points from the what is he? Uh, the guy right under Rubio. We already know that he's a loud and proud racist. Let's hear what they got to say.
Welcome to the United States of America. It is such an honor for us to receive you here today.
Oh, what a warm welcome. Okay, such a warm welcome these people get, and let's be clear. While white South Africans make up under 6% of the population, they own 92% of the land in South Africa. So understand this. He's rescuing these people from South Africa. I wonder, do they have to go through all the taxing things that people who are visiting from other countries have to go through under 45, 47? Have to show a connection to their homeland by family, by a job, or you may not even be allowed to come visit America under 45, 47. I wonder, are these the lowest of the low, or are these the best and the brightest that we're getting from South Africa with a population of 6%? And I showed you a video also at the time where he got off the plane professing that. And then I showed you a video of some South Africans are saying like, we don't want to go to America. No, sitting on their big property, on their nice houses, cooling in the sun. They was like, what we want to go to America for? Okay, I digress. Let me let you hear how they were greeted in America, who don't want immigrants in America. Let's get into it. Oops.
Instinct 3 is here.
Honor for us to receive you here today. This is of the United States. This is my friend Troy Edgar.
Yeah, I'm the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security. And again, welcome. So great to have you guys here.
Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security, no less.
I'm Chris Landau. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State of the United States. This is my friend Troy Edgar.
Yeah, I'm the Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security. And again, welcome. So great to have you guys here.
I know you've gone through a long flight.
The Deputy Secretary of State, right under Marco Rubio. Okay, let's continue.
I cannot believe there are babies and children who are actually so well behaved. This is much better than mine are. So bless you for that. And I think it's so happy. It makes me so happy to see you with our flag in your hands, and that flag symbolizes liberty for so many of us. Many of us, our families have had a journey not that different from the journey that you are embarking on today. My own father was born in Europe and had to leave his country
so when your father left his country, did he come over here legally? Are you an anchor baby? Is that what you're saying? You're saying you're an anchor baby yourself. Let's continue. But your boss at the State Department is summarily thrashing the other people who are coming over here under not even allow them to use due process as coming over here as a a person who's coming from a war-torn country. We know how they treat the Africans and the blacks that come over here the Haitians that come over here, we know how they're met.
Hitler came in the 1930s and made his way to South America first, and then eventually to the United States. So he is an immigrant who actually, was able to benefit from the many blessings of this country. And one of the reasons that I really wanted to go and work for the government is because I wanted to give back to this country that really brought freedom to my family and allowed us to escape a very difficult situation in another country. So, I know that this is going to be, any adjustment in life, any change takes a while to get used to. But I want you all to know that you are really welcome here and that we respect what you have had to deal with these last few years. We respect the long tradition of your people and what you have accomplished over the years. And I am sure that you will be successful. As you know, a lot of you, I think, are farmers, right? When you have quality seeds, you can put them in foreign soil and they will blossom, they will bloom. And we are excited to welcome you here to our country where we think you will bloom, and we will hopefully allow you to have fulfilling lives for your children, and then we will bloom and we will benefit alongside you. So thank you very much.
Absolutely right. Hey, Silky Black. Hey, M. Renee. You're absolutely right. They will be getting everything that they need. They're going to get all types of assistance at a time that we're trying to claw out waste, fraud, and abuse from every area. At a time that we're saying that immigrants are robbing our country blind, even the immigrants who are here actually working on jobs, even the immigrants who are actually here adding money to Social Security that they will not collect themselves because they are ineligible for collecting the money that they are putting into Social Security. So we have money for this. They're going to be housing them. They're going to be, of course, doing all the things that they complain about the sanctuary cities do for brown immigrants. But now it is no problem. We have the Undersecretary of State coming out here and telling you what an anchor baby bitch he is and how he understands your plight all of the sudden. Can you imagine? Okay, so that link is in my description box. Let me see if there's anything else I want to let you see on this. I couldn't stomach to watch it all the way through. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what else is on here.
Very much for coming here.
Yeah. I'd like to add, again, on behalf of President Trump, Secretary Noem, we're just so grateful that you guys are here. Everybody within DHS, we've been so excited to be able to get you guys here to process, to vet, to everything, so you guys get a really warm start. After all I was tracking your flight, 12 hours that you were last night. I'm like, oh my God. So thank you for just the patience of being able to get here. Very similar to Chris.
Thank you for the patience to be able to get here. You guys were so patient in being able to get here.
Is our Secretary Landau, is that my wife came from Iran. Same thing, persecution from Christianity. And she's come here. She now speaks 5 languages. She's a school teacher. She's a great American story. And we're so grateful. I think Chris and I both just wanted to come and make sure that we greet you guys, we meet you, give our contact information to you. And if there's anything that we could do, we're just...
They can contact you personally? Are you kidding?
We just want to welcome you personally. We look forward to, after this, to be able to spend a little bit of time with you and get to talk to you guys. So thank you, guys.
I think and I hope.
The best and the brightest from South Africa. You know, America wants to make sure that they are getting the best and the brightest. Take a gander of the best and the brightest that they are receiving from South Africa. This is the first wave of South Africans. Okay, let me see.
And I trust that you will find that the American people have very open hearts, that we are a very receptive, we're a very friendly, welcoming people. And today
They will find that because they are not black and brown people. So I guess you can safely say that about the American people, because
NASA
these
is having
people,
their biggest early bird Easter sale
God,
ever.
these people are not black and brown people. So I won't say you're lying to them there. Oh my God, what did I do? I hate when I do that. Okay, so we're going to stop sharing that screen. It was time to stop sharing that screen anyway. Okay. ICE will grip our black asses up. Okay. Welcome to Bullshit America. I think you mean USA. Okay. Oh, Vera, I thought that other man was talking. Vero, tell the truth, tell the truth. Good morning again, Jill. They're gonna FAFO. US folk from the US folk that they look like. Um, uh, it's a possibility. I don't know. Okay, but it's all bullshit. These so are we to think that these people were the best of the best in South Africa? Are we to think that these people who are landowners who were done well? So just based upon the reflection, what did Paul Mooney always say? The reflection, they had the color of the reflection of the something for the protection. What was it? I forgot how it goes. The reflection, something for the protection. Do you think that these are the best of the best South Africans coming over here? Do you think they are, you know, they have trailers everywhere? They have trailer trash everywhere. Do you think that we're getting the best of the best? And if we're getting the best of the best, why are we having to subsidize their living, their housing, their furniture? If these were the best of the best, once we gave them a pathway to get over here and be here legally, surely we wouldn't have to finance these people. So you think we're getting the best of the best over here? I'm just asking. How much money is this gonna cost us? Hey Liz, Grand Rising Liz. Paul Mooney. Yes, Paul Mooney. Hey Candy Cane, Grand Rising. Okay. So they want you to believe that these people are being persecuted over their land. Uh, did these people who came over here have to prove that they had land, first of all? And did they have to prove that they had land taken away from them from the South African government? I mean, we are trying to bring them here under the guise that they have been some genocide for the South African farmers. So wouldn't you have to own land that has been uh, taken from the government, and that you would have been not not that they were just taking the land or they want to take unused land for public use. They want to pay these people for the unused land. They don't want, and they want to negotiate. They have a whole negotiation system because they want to pay these people for their land. Let's be real clear. So all these people who have come over here, have we even proven that they are landowners? Have we even proven that they have been approached by South Africa to be paid for some of their lands that is not in use? So you can frame a thing real fucked up and make it like, oh, whoa, those poor people. Oh, those poor people. 6% of the population own over 80% of the land in South Africa. Oh, those poor South African whites. Why are only the South African whites allowed to come over? racism, in your face racism. They will be the ones who are easily to assimilate to American culture. Sure, they will, because a lot of them. You look at a lot of them were old people. They grew up in apartheid South Africa, so they are perfect to assimilate into American culture. And I wasn't the first one who said it. That's what they said. That's what they said. Their welcome packages, job, furniture, housing. That's what they and so if I'm against it when they're giving it to immigrants coming across the border because of the American because America supplies these people with jobs to undercut the pay of Americans. Do you think I'm gonna be for it because they bringing white people over here? So we supposed to ignore the same things that they were doing for the Hispanic people who were coming over here. We're gonna ignore that, and then we're gonna try to act like we are bringing them over here because of some strife or something that they're going through in their country. Well, shit. Look at Haiti. Any fucking that means any fucking person from Haiti should be able to come over here and get the same treatment. But what were they met with? They were met with horses on in the Rio Grande. They were met with horses and men on horses and with whips, whipping them with whips, seated on horses, chasing them down with horses as they whip them. Do you guys remember that? Are we going to act like we don't remember? And do we know that Haiti is a ruined state? It is a total ruined state. But they can't come over here. Why? Why? I don't know. I can't figure it out. If you guys can figure it out, help me. Hey, K. Baron. He's trying to divide as always. I don't believe they're going to stay. It's for the show. Yeah, they're. I do believe that they will stay. Okay, let me see what it is. Nobody really wants to live in the U.S. Definitely not under 45, 47. Can't trust it. Ooh, can't trust it. Ooh, can't trust it. Okay, so now, here's what I also want to show to you. Let me present this. What the South African or Africana, as they like to say it. When you hear this name Africana, they mean the white South African. So this is entitled "White South Africans Reject Trump's refugee something." Okay, let me make sure the volume's up. Let's listen to this. This is immediately. You see, he offered this in February, and this was the response.
Trump's executive order offering refugee status to white South Africans, asserting their commitment to addressing racial inequities at home. The order, which cuts United States aid to South Africa, targets Afrikaners, whom Trump claims face discrimination under President Cyril Ramaphosa's new land reform law. The Solidarity Movement, representing approximately 600,000 Afrikaner families.
They representing over 600,000 Africana families, and they are saying no, thank you. So we got who are these 49 people that we got over here being met by the deputy secretary of state and the underling under that idiot Christine Nome. Who are these 49 people? Let's see what the representative of over 600,000 Afrikaners have to say.
Dismissed repatriation as a solution, while AfriForum, an Afrikaner advocacy group that previously lobbied Trump, declared emigration too high a price for cultural preservation. The controversy stems from South Africa's efforts to address land ownership disparities with white South Africans, comprising 7.2% of the population, controlling 3/4 of privately owned land. Ramaphosa maintains the reforms target unused land regardless of ownership, countering claims of racial discrimination. Leading Afrikaner organizations have spurned President Trump's executive order offering refugee status to white South Africans, asserting their commitment to addressing racial inequities at home. The order, which cuts United States aid to South Africa, targets Afrikaners, whom Trump claims face discrimination under President Cyril Ramaphosa's new land reform law. The Solidarity Movement, representing approximately 600,000 Afrikaner families, dismissed repatriation as a solution, while AfriForum, an Afrikaner advocacy group that previously lobbied Trump, declared emigration too high a price for cultural preservation. The controversy stems from South Africa's efforts to address land ownership disparities with white South Africans, comprising 7.2% of the population, controlling 3/4 of privately owned land. Ramaphosa maintains the reforms target unused land regardless of ownership, countering claims of racial discrimination. Leading Afrikaner organizations have spurned President Trump's executive order offering refugee status to white.
Okay, so I wanted you guys to hear that in its entirety. I just want you to understand, at the time when they're telling you one thing and they're doing another thing based on the color of people's skin, that's my point. And America is like any other country as far as all of these people who were dumping into America. No, they definitely need to shore up their borders because they are taking away from American citizens whose ancestors have fought and died for this, and then they come in here just as racist as they and as the people that we had to deal with all our lives, and they are actually getting the gains of our fights. They come in here under the fights that we had to fight and try to treat us as second class citizens when they wouldn't have the leisure of the things that they have walked into, that our ancestor has fought and died over. I don't give a fuck who I live next door to either, but you're not going to come in here and act like I'm beneath you under any situation. So let's not pretend like some of these people who have come from other countries try to treat us as third class citizens in the country that we built. So that's what I'm saying about that. Harpo, who these people? I don't care who my neighbors are as long as they stay in their yard and don't cause harm to others. All right, Ray. 100% Ray. Yeah. Well, I care. I definitely care. If you can see these people being treated differently than than everybody else, if it was a fair playing field, this is overt racism is what we're seeing, and I'm not going to ignore. This is straight up overt racism. What we are seeing, and 4547 lets you know every day in every way what he's about. And I'm calling a thing a thing. That's what I feel about it. So these farmers can come to the U.S. and farm, but the U.S. has shortchange black farmers. I don't even know that these people are farmers. They say they are farmers. No, they say that farmers have been getting unalive. There's been a genocide on farmers. I don't know if these people are representative of being landowners and farmers. I don't know who these people are. But this is the guys that they have brought them to America is what I do know. That's what I know for sure. I know that there is no genocide going on in South Africa with white farmers. I do know that. I do know that you see that they don't even the group that's representing the largest group of South Africans say it's not worth it to even come to America. So It's worth it to some. And is it the some that don't have any stock in South Africa? Is it the poorest of the poor whites in South Africa who don't even have any land? Who is vetting these people? Who is vetting these people? And why do we have to give them so much financial aid to buy furniture and all of this type of shit if they were landowners in South Africa? It's not like they're taking their land. It's not like they're taking their homes, the land that they're taking unused land and they're paying them for it. And up until now, when I first did this story, they said that they just enacted this law last month. No land has been taken. So it's a lie. It's a ruse. It's racism, in my opinion. It's a lie. It's a rule, and it's racism. Let me see if I can find that South African who said no land has been taken. Hold on. Let me see if it's in my description box of one of my videos back in February, I believe. All I can find is this most recent. Hold on. Okay, let me share this. One second, let me.
Incidents. What about the claims by U.S. President Trump and Elon Musk that white South African farmers are victims of racial discrimination?
White South African farmers have struggled in the last 20 years, not because of racial discrimination, but because they have lost many of the subsidies that propped up white farmers during the apartheid era. They do face.
Okay, so let's go back. Here we go.
The minority white population oppressed the majority black population, who were treated as second-class citizens. 3 decades after apartheid ended, some white South Africans say they are now facing oppression. Born advisor Elon Musk. In February, Trump accused
this is a clip that I showed you back in February of him getting off the plane, all huffy and disheveled, talking about South Africa. Let's go. Let's start from the beginning. Don't take my word for it. Okay, let's go.
Relations between the two countries have been deteriorating since U.S. President Donald Trump returned to the White House with his powerful South African-born advisor Elon Musk. In February, Trump accused South Africa of confiscating land, echoing comments that Musk has made about alleged racial discrimination in his homeland. Earlier this year, hundreds of white South Africans rallied outside the U.S. Embassy in Pretoria to show their support for Trump and his decision to cut aid to South Africa's government. Now, under South Africa's apartheid system, which was in place until 1994, the minority white population oppressed the majority black population, who were treated as second-class citizens. 3 decades after apartheid ended, some white South Africans say they are now facing oppression at the hands of the black majority. And some are moving, resettling to the United States. I want to pull in now Lauren Landau. He's professor of migration and development at the University of Oxford in the UK. He is also a research professor at the University of the Witwatersrand African Center for Migration and Society. Professor, it's good to have you with us this evening. The white South Africans who are applying for asylum in the United States, what are they basing their claims on?
They're basing their claims essentially on a fiction that white South Africans are being targeted, that white South Africans are disadvantaged by the new dispensation, and that they have a direct fear that they're being targeted in one way or another. Of course, their privileges of the past have been diminished somewhat, but by no means are they disadvantaged by South African standards. And so what we're seeing is, in fact, a claim based almost entirely on a fiction and on random incidents.
What about the claims by U.S. President Trump and Elon Musk that white South African farmers are victims of racial discrimination?
White South African farmers have struggled in the last 20 years, not because of racial discrimination, but because they have lost many of the subsidies that propped up white farmers during the apartheid era. They do face violence, as does everyone in South Africa. They do face economic uncertainty, as does everyone in South Africa. I think what we need to understand is that Trump's claims have very little to do with South Africa and are about his domestic campaign to show that there is global assault on whiteness, white privilege, that there is a global assault on white Christian men particularly, and this is a way of signaling that message back to his constituencies at home.
What about the man from South Africa, Elon Musk? He claims that South Africa's government is actively promoting white genocide. Is that accusation justified?
I don't think there's any justification for genocide. There is widespread crime. South Africa has an enormously high civilian murder rate, but most of the people being killed, most of the people being displaced or victimized are Black. There's clearly people in South Africa who dislike the white population. There are many more who dislike Elon Musk, but there's no signs of a genocide.
The South African government has introduced various policies to redress apartheid's legacy of economic exclusion. What is the aim of these policies?
Well, the aim of the policies is essentially to restore the dignity and the opportunities that were robbed over hundreds of years from the country's Black, mixed race, and other populations. There are high taxes. There are efforts to redistribute wealth. But white South Africans have one of the highest standards of living, at least in material terms, of anyone in the world. So even if they are paying taxes, even if they are contributing voluntarily or not to these kind of transformation programs, nothing is being taken away from them. They've been allowed to keep their land. They've been allowed to keep their businesses. They've been allowed to keep their privilege.
So it's not true. I mean, there have been reports of farmland expropriations taking place, that farmland has been taken away from white landowners.
There are efforts to redistribute land, to be sure. This is to compensate for the huge amount of land that was taken from people during the apartheid era. But South Africa has always compensated people for that. They can take land in the way that any other government can, to build roads, to build infrastructure. But there's been no effort, and the new laws are very clear on this effort, in this regard, to take land without compensation.
Do these policies, I'm just wondering, do they actually correct the historical wrongs that they that they are attempting to put right? Do they do that?
Well, I think many people would say that these laws do not go far enough. There is actually some domestic support for taking land and redistributing it. The white population still owns the majority of land. The white population is still overrepresented in business and in the higher echelons of the socioeconomic strata. So there's a lot more work to do. But of course, these processes can't happen overnight. Land redistribution is just one of many processes, many policies in place to try to address this.
I want to buy your house.
Okay, so let me drop this link for you. Equality to people who are used to being oppressors seems like oppression to them. So let's be clear on that. Here's the link to this video. I will add it to my description box as well. He presents it well in his commentary. Yes, he does. Let me let him finish this last little bit, and we're going to move on.
Policies, we are all concerned about their slow pace, but none of them have overtly disadvantaged any single group.
Should white South Africans qualify for asylum abroad? Is there a legal basis for their claims?
If you give them a legal basis for their claim, yes, there is. But this legal basis that they are using for their claim has been carved out by 4547. He carved out his own shutting down refugees coming to the United States to specifically target white South Africans under a lie, under a ruse. So this is what I wanted to get you to understand.
I'm not a lawyer, but I would hazard to guess that they absolutely do not. There are many people in South Africa, refugees from the DRC, from Sudan, from elsewhere, who have been asking to be resettled to the United States or other places for years. They have a very strong case. White Afrikaners cannot show that they have a well-founded fear of persecution. They cannot show that they have been victimized in any particular targeted way. So I think under international law and under US law, they have no claim to asylum. They can come as immigrants, they can come as other kinds of migrants, but as refugees and asylum seekers, it makes very little sense.
So these claims...
Period. It makes very little sense. All of this hyperbole that they are giving is bullshit. Okay, Ronnie Q, not him. Afro Think Tank video on the subject. I can't. I went to Afro Think Tank. Wait a minute. Let me see. Is it the one with, I think it was the one with Anderson Cooper. Let me see. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Okay, here we go. Let me share this. Thank you, Nappy Child. Seems quite interesting. Let's look at another viewpoint. I hope this person doesn't strike my video. I'm not familiar with him. I thought it was a news channel. I'm using this under the fair use for teaching, educational purposes. Let's check out African Think Tank. It's the name of his video. I'm definitely going to drop his link in the description box as well and in the chat, so you can go over and check out his channel. Let's see.
Right. And now you're trying to tether yourself to Pan-Africanism because it's popping now, because you guys only respond to flashy lights and like the latest craze. You guys are not serious people. I just want to know who's going to keep you saying energy, because the rest of the world, the rest of the common sense world, the rest of the Americans, they're embarrassed. White America is embarrassed about this shit. The media is flabbergasted. You're going to eat this shit up. This is pure racism. 100% racism. And guess who benefits from this? Nobody. Not them white Afrikaners coming over here because they ain't got nothing. They ain't got nothing to look forward to. They better stay. They were better off staying at their white only enclaves in South Africa. They were better off because after our money, after my tax money, right? My tax money, after they finish spending my tax money, right? After they run through that cash, and Donald Trump abandons them like he abandons everything else. Once he's used up all the political juices he wants to get from this, once he leaves them abandoned here in America, where they can't afford shit, all right, because it's way more expensive here, all right. Because for every one of these little the middle class or upper class South African whites, right? If you were a middle class and South African, and if you're a middle class or upper middle class white South African, that makes you poor in America. You ain't got shit. I'm just letting you know. So they about to fuck around and find out like everybody else. But I just want to know if FBA and MAGA will keep that same energy, or are they going to expose themselves unequivocally for being the xenophobic, hateful, racist, hateful, misinformed, idiot, weak links that they are. Anyway, that's all I got to say. It's Afro Think Tank. Learn something, teach them. I'm out.
Instinct 3 is here. Designed with a metal reinforced
Hold on, let me get past this
scratch-resistant
commercial.
display and rugged materials.
The day he was sworn in, President Trump signed an executive order, effectively stopping any refugees from being allowed to come and resettle in the United States. Now, there's an act passed by Congress called the Refugee Act, which allows for as many as 125,000 refugees in this fiscal year, people who can prove they're being persecuted or fear persecution because of race or religion or political beliefs. And nowhere near that number has been allowed in by the time Mr. Trump took office and shut it all down. But just a few weeks later, President Trump announced that he was making an exception. And not only that, he would expedite the processing of refugee claims by one group of people from Africa. Now, you might think it's some women and children who've been maybe sexually assaulted in the conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, a place that's seen fighting for decades. In this program, we reported on the violence that plighted people there in a series of programs in 2006. What has gone on here is simply extraordinary. Over the last 10 years here, there has been major fighting between a number of different groups. It has been the deadliest war in our lifetime, the deadliest war since World War II. Some 3 to 4 million people have died in this country, and their deaths have virtually gone unnoticed. And there's a whole new round of fighting that's been going on in eastern Congo between the government and an armed group called M23. Thousands have died, hundreds of thousands displaced, and widespread reports of sexual violence against women. But President Trump hasn't allowed refugees from there here, nor from Sudan, where there's been terrible fighting. The only Africans President Trump has paved a quick path for are these South Africans. And yes, they are white. They are Afrikaners, descendants of Dutch settlers to South Africa. This is the first group of people granted refugee status to enter the U.S. since the president entered his second term. On February 7th, President Trump signed this executive order carving out an exception for the Afrikaners, the white minority who created the racist apartheid regime in South Africa and ruled there cruelly and brutally until 1994, when black South Africans, the overwhelming majority of South Africans, were allowed to vote for the first time, and they voted for that man, Nelson Mandela. Afrikaners took land from black people in South Africa, repressed them, and in the 3 decades since the end of apartheid, they still have all the land they took. Black South Africans, who make up over 80% of the population, still only own around 4% of private land. Now, President Trump was asked why these Afrikaners were allowed to enter the U.S.
Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. It's a genocide that's taking place that you people don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place, and farmers are being killed. They happen to be white, but whether they're white or black makes no difference to me. But white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media, television media, doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other.
Okay, if they're white or black, it makes no difference to me. Well, if it makes no difference to you, we know that black people are the Sudanese people have been under a war for over 3 years, and I have some clips. I was going to talk about the real genocides that are going on. If it doesn't matter who the people were, how come you're not giving Palestinians any rights to come over to the United States? How come you're not giving any of these people who are in this Sudanese war? Both of these countries have been under war, under threat of famine, worsening famine. How come, if it had been any other people but white people, you'd have done something differently? Bullshit.
The way around, they talk about it. That would be the only story they talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight.
Well, if you just said if it was the other way around, they'd be talking about it nonstop. So now all of a sudden you don't care about their race. You just showed that you cared about their race by saying if it had been the other way around.
Whether they're white or black makes no difference to me. But white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media. Television media doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they talk about it. That would be the only story they talk about. And I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible.
Well, under apartheid Africa, it was the other way around. And I don't recall the media talking about it all that much either until the people started rising up. And it was obviously that there was going to be a change in South Africa. I don't remember growing up understanding that South Africa was under apartheid rule. I just really don't. Not from our news media. Let's continue.
Of people that live in South Africa, they say it's a terrible situation taking place. So we've essentially extended citizenship to those people to escape from that violence and come here.
This unheard of violence. He has extended citizenship for these people. Let's continue.
The idea that there's a genocide of white farmers going on in South Africa is just not true. It's absurd. And that's been debunked by a number of organizations, both inside and outside of South Africa. But it's become a rallying cry for the some right-wing elements inside the country, and has echoed all the way to America. Let me just go back to Sudan for a moment. An actual genocide has happened there, according to the U.S., as two warring factions battled for control of that country earlier this year. The U.S. accused one side, the RSF, of committing genocide. More than 11 million people have been internally displaced, while millions more have fled the country. That's according to the UN. They aren't allowed to be refugees here. And on top of this, the Afghans who worked alongside U.S. troops during the war as interpreters and guides and fixers, Afghans who fought for the United States, helped save American lives, and were allowed here under a temporary protected status. Well, now we learned that status is not going to be renewed next week, according to the Department of Homeland Security, which means many who helped save U.S. lives may be deported starting in July. Joining us now is New York Times columnist Nicholas Kristof. Nick, you say this whole situation is upside down. The idea that there's a genocide of white farmers, I mean, why do you think the Trump administration is doing this?
Well, I mean, he's completely turned refugee policy upside down in ways that reflect racial discrimination. I mean, he's not, the Afrikaner farmers are not suffering from that. It is true that some have been murdered, but black farmers have been murdered at even higher rates. And
don't start your day with a gross
overt racism. Okay, so if you guys want to watch the rest of this, this is nothing but overt racism, and he wants it to be in your face. And I hope that I have helped shine a light on this. This is I had that little clip that he just did about if it was anyone else. I had that ready in a short for you guys already. You guys just saw that. So let's talk about the real suffering going on in Africa. Let's talk about the real genocide that is going on in Africa. I already had that set up for us to, we're going to talk about genocide today. And let me see. Do not ignore what they want you to ignore. I have 3 clips about genocide. Hold on 1 second. Let me get you the first one up. Do not ignore what they want you to ignore. It is in my description box.
Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As Israel's total blockade on Gaza is now in its 71st day, a widely used global hunger tracking tool warns Gaza's entire population is at critical risk of famine. 500,000 of those are now facing starvation. The group Save the Children warned today that nearly all Gaza's children, some 930,000 children, are at risk of famine. Gaza's hospitals remain overwhelmed amidst Israel's relentless bombardment, are in urgent need of critical supplies. Israel killed at least 17 Palestinians at a school-turned-shelter today, including at least 5 children. Meanwhile, Hamas is expected to imminently release the last U.S. hostage, the American-Israeli soldier Edan Alexander, after engaging in talks with the Trump administration in what analysts say could lead to a new ceasefire after Israel unilaterally shattered an earlier ceasefire in March. This all comes as a UN special committee warned Israel appears poised to enact another Nakba, referring to the mass expulsion of Palestinians in 1948 when Israel was created. The committee said, quote, Israel continues to inflict unimaginable suffering on the people living under its occupation whilst rapidly expanding confiscation of land as part of its wider colonial aspirations, unquote. We're going to turn right now. We were hoping to turn to Abu Bakr Abed, who is a young Palestinian journalist in Gaza, did not plan to be covering war, calls himself an accidental war correspondent, was suffering malnutrition, was able to get out and went to Ireland. But we seem to have lost connection with him. While we see what happens with that, we want to turn right now to Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian-American member of Congress. Last weekend, she...
So, did 4547 Carver cut out for any of these people? Let's continue.
Attended the largest ever national member meeting of the organization Jewish Voice for Peace. More than 2,000 people attended. Democratic Congress.
Now, this is Jewish people. These are Jewish people calling out for peace. So the 4547 do anything here? But you notice they did say that 4547 arranged in talks to release the last prisoner. Who did he? And he didn't use Netanyahu was not involved. So if Netanyahu was not involved in the talks for releasing this prisoner, who was 4547 talking to? He was talking to Hamas themselves. You know, the same Hamas who they have been giving all of this ammunition to do away with, the same Hamas that they want to rid from the earth so they can do whatever they want to on their land. That's who he was negotiating with. And don't you find it? Let her say what she got.
Congress member Rashida Tlaib thanked them and addressed the conference. This is a part of her remarks.
I was born and raised in the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, where every corner is a reminder of movement work. I'm also a proud eldest daughter of 14. Yes, Palestinians have lots of babies. And of course, my 2 Palestinian parents, my mother who grew up in the West Bank and my father in a little village outside of Jerusalem. But today I want to talk a little bit about addiction, our country's addiction to war, our country addicted to extraction, to death. You know, the President of the United States currently has requested $1 trillion military budget, the largest military budget in the history of our nation. But the Pentagon can't even pass an audit, y'all. 7 audits in a row. When folks in town halls in my community ask me, you know, well, talk about efficiency and you know, waste, I was like, they need to start with the Pentagon, and people just scream. And they said, absolutely. You know, we already know, and I know all of you have heard Dr. King say that a nation continues year after year spending more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. We've all heard that. You know, why is it that our government always has enough money for bombs and bombing people to kill people, but never seems to have money to provide people with health care, with housing, enough food for their families?
that's why I entitled my video the old Tupac Shakur lyrics. They got money for wars, but can't feed the poor. This has gone back decades. That this and they don't want you to think on this level. They don't want you to think about the billions and trillions of dollars that they put out to keep these wars going. And what are they? Why are they so invested in these wars? For the pillage of war. For the pillage of war that they are enriching themselves in, not their nations in, themselves in. Um, let's keep a thing. So let me. This link is in my description box. I want to move on to some more things that I have to share with you. Okay. Okay, world ignores Sudan hunger crisis. Okay, so let me see. When was this video? This was 1 year ago. This was being ignored 1 year ago, and I'm gonna fast forward you to today, where it has gotten much worse.
Turn now from what's happening in Gaza. We'll link to your piece we're about to witness in Gaza, the most intense famine since the Second World War. We now turn to Sudan, where around half the population has become reliant on food aid. As the United Nations warns, the war-torn country is on track to become the world's worst hunger crisis.
Malnutrition is soaring to alarming levels and is already claiming children's lives. A recent MSF report revealed that one child is dying every 2 hours in Zamzam camp in El Fasher, North Darfur. Our humanitarian partners estimate that in the coming weeks and months, somewhere in the region of around 222,000 children could die from malnutrition. And with the WHO estimates that more than 70% of health facilities are not functional.
The conflict between the Sudanese military and the rival Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, erupted nearly a year ago on April 15th, 2023.
Knowing all of this, hey, click in a view. Knowing all of this, has 4547 made a pathway for these refugees? Any of these refugees, has he made a pathway for them to get some solace in the United States? No, not at all, because he don't give a fuck. Let's continue. If it was the other way around, it is the other way around. Let's continue.
It's displaced over 8 million people. Around 90% of the population facing emergency levels of food insecurity in Sudan are in Khartoum, Darfur, and Kordofan, areas which have seen some of the most intense fighting. But the UN's appeal for $2.7 billion for Sudan is less than 5% funded. Aid's also drying up in Chad, where some 1.2 million Sudanese have taken refuge. The war has also led to many reports of armed forces using rape and sexual violence as a weapon, and some 19 million children have been deprived of school. Alex Duvall, famine is your area of expertise. You're executive director of the World Peace Foundation at Tufts University and author of the book Mass Starvation: The History and Future of Famine. What concerns you most about what's happening in Sudan right now?
So Sudan is a different kind of food crisis and famine compared to Gaza. This is one of enormous magnitude. The sheer numbers that are afflicted are hard to grapple with. Sudan is a country of almost 50 million people. Half of them are in emergency situation now. You said earlier, reliant on food aid. Frankly, unfortunately, the food aid is not there. Even as we speak, the World Food Programme, which is the largest food aid producer, is cutting its budget. It's cutting its staff by 30% because it's not getting
The reason I wanted to tell you when this video was created, this video was 1 year ago, and they were struggling with food aid. The food agencies were cutting their budgets because they were finding it too hard to get in to administer this food aid a year ago. This was when the United States still had the organization USAID. Remember, the USAID was the sole dependent force that they had to help feed that little food that malnourished children bodies could digest. That was a year ago. So what was the first thing that 47 did? His first day in office, he cut all aid. And then they tried to make like it was a mistake. And then they tried to make out they weren't cutting aid. And then what happened? They cut USAID. They did it on the first day in office, and then they were embarrassed and they tried to make it seem like, oh no, we wouldn't. Oh no, we wasn't cutting that as food that was to be shipped over into these countries sat on docks and rotted, and then they finally went on, and when they had enough bullshit in the air where they thought that Americans wouldn't notice, they totally ended USAID. I'm trying to make this make sense. War is a business. Yes, it is a business. Why take away from our profits trying to feed these people when we just want to just go away? Just go away. Just let us rape your land and go away. And let's get Eric Prince over here and these private contractors. You notice why they always want to talk about private contractors when they have a whole military force? Because military force are civilian people. They're not in on the game, and we ain't gonna put them up on game because all we want is what's under your land, and you need to get off of your land so we can get at it. Let's keep it a buck.
The money it needs. It's not a perfect system by any means, but it's the only system that we've got. And what particularly alarms me about Sudan are really three things. Number one is that, unlike previous food crises in Sudan, the actual core of the economy is being destroyed. The breadbasket of Sudan is not functioning, is not growing food. Secondly, it's a crisis.
So what's the best way to harm? Hey, Sandy. Sandy, what's the best way to harm a nation is to not give them an opportunity or have a way for them to feed themselves. That's why Toure over in Burkina Faso is making a way for his country to be able to feed themselves and farm their own land. So you hear that the bread basket has gone dry. They're not creating any crops. They are not hurting any animals. And that is the quickest way to ruin a nation. Okay, a country. That's a little bit more.
This is not just in Sudan. Most of the neighbors are affected. You mentioned Chad, also South Sudan, formerly part of Sudan, is also facing a major food emergency, and Ethiopia next door at the same time. And we've never seen so many neighboring countries in this region descending into food emergency at the same time. And this is all happening while the international emergency system is being squeezed. It's facing major cuts. We are simply not responding as required. It's quite collapsed.
This is the nutrition. It's like a peanut butter substance in there that they feed starving children with. Now, what type of control do they have over these nations once they are unable to feed themselves? What type of control do they have over these nations? And what do these nations have to do to get this? So I played a video last week. I think she was from I think she was from Ethiopia, and she said that food aid turns out to be a blessing and a curse because they control the nations and they come in and do whatever they want to do under the guise of giving food aid. And I'm going to show you something else that they have been doing under the guise of food aid. So this link is in my description box as well. Don't ignore what they want you to ignore. Let me come back and put Africa, and I'm going to put Africa and the Gaza on together. Let's combine these two topics. Who better than to combine these two topics is Angela Davis. Okay. This link is in my description box. Go check it out.
Nermeen Sheikh in New York.
Jewish Voice for Peace is holding a major conference in Baltimore this weekend. The renowned activist, author, and scholar Angela Davis spoke on Thursday night and joins us now in Baltimore. Dr. Davis is the author of many books, including Freedom is a Constant Struggle, Ferguson, Palestine, and the Foundations of a Movement. Her other books include Abolition, Feminism Now, Are Prisons Obsolete, and Women, Race, and Class. Professor Angela Davis is a distinguished professor emerita at the University of California, Santa Cruz. Amy?
So we're here in Baltimore. Thousands of members of Jewish Voice for Peace have gathered for a weekend of workshops and plenary sessions. Dr. Angela Davis gave a keynote last night, and she's joining us right now. Angela, if you could start off by talking about the history of Black, Jewish, Palestinian solidarity and why you felt it was important to address JVP, Jewish Voice for Peace.
First of all, thank you so much, Amy, for inviting me to be on the program, and thank you for your ongoing coverage. I don't know what we would do without Democracy Now. Jewish Voice for Peace has been a powerful force, since its founding, but especially in this period when we're trying to figure out how we negotiate ourselves through this horrendous combination of genocide in Gaza and on the Palestinian people more broadly, and a McCarthyist type repression that is unfolding here in the United States, especially on the university and college campuses around the country. I think it's very important for people to recognize that as Israel represents itself as the purveyor of genocide and the forces of unfreedom, of course, assisted by the United States, it is important to have a powerful force of progressive and radical Jewish people who are working in the tradition of Jewish activists who stand up not only or not primarily for their own people, but who have taught us about international solidarity and what it means to engage in struggles for freedom all over the world. So I'm really excited to be here. I should say that when I spoke last night, it was on a program with Rashida Tlaib, who's absolutely remarkable, and Omar Barghouti, who's a founding member of BDS, Boycott, Divestment, and Sanction. He was not able to attend. He was invited, but of course, neither the U.S. Nor the state of Israel wants to see him join hands with those of us here who are fighting for an end to the genocide.
Professor Davis, you've said that Palestine is a moral litmus test for the world, quoting, of course, the late poet June Jordan. If you could explain why you see it as a litmus test, and to the extent that it is one,
for Palestinian solidarity at a time when the majority of people weren't listening to her. I think about her all the time, and I find myself always wishing that she could witness the surge in support of Palestine all over the country, especially on college campuses, but in trade unions and in progressive movements everywhere. So thank you very much for evoking June, which we should all be doing during this period. Now, Palestine is really the center of the world. And as someone who's been active in the Palestine solidarity struggle for the vast majority of my life, I can say that even as we experience the unimaginable grief of witnessing an ongoing genocide, a genocide that is available in terms of being able to witness the consequences all over the world. In one sense, I want to say that this is the movement we've been struggling for decades.
Issues from the economy to immigration than any modern president, and then any president in the last 80 years. The New York Times ran a front page headline, "There have never been 100 days like this." And at the same time, you have judge after judge ruling against President Trump. And this especially goes to the issue of those who stood up for Palestinian rights, who have been detained, who have been jailed, like the Columbia University student and Palestinian activist Mohsen Madawi. Who a judge has just released in Vermont and will be graduating from Columbia, coming to New York. The judge's writing on this said, the court also considers the extraordinary setting of this case and others like it. Legal residents not charged with crimes or misconduct are being arrested and threatened with deportation for stating their views on the political issues of the day. The judge went on, our nation has seen times like this before, especially during the Red Scare and Palmer raids of 1919 and 1920 that led to the deportation of hundreds of people suspected of anarchist or communist views. I'm wondering, are you seeing a sea change at this point? The cratering of the economy, the contracting of the economy, the cratering of the polls, judge after judge ruling against Trump and hundreds of thousands of people in the streets. What does this say to you as you've been such a long-time activist, where we all stand now?
Well, thank you for that question, Amy. I think it is important to acknowledge that Trump was not elected by a majority of the people in this country. As a matter of fact, more people did not vote for Trump than voted for him. So we're not seeing a president who, has the power of the people being.
Link is in my description box. I apologize. I thought that this was the one where she was going to talk about what's going on in Darfur and what's going on in Africa. I think I pinned the wrong clip, but this clip is in my. I definitely agree about this Palestinian situation, but I will not ignore the Darfur situation. So now I gave you what was going on in Darfur last year. So let's see what's going on there now. Sudan faces world's worst. Sudan faces world's worst displacement crisis after 2 years of war. This was 3 weeks ago. Let's see what's going on there. And nobody sees anything. And we're going to get into why nobody sees or says anything.
democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh.
We turn now to Sudan, which is facing the world's largest humanitarian crisis as it enters its third year of a devastating civil war between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. Tens of thousands have died and some 13 million have been forcibly displaced. There are also widespread reports of sexual and ethnically motivated violence and a worsening hunger crisis. On Tuesday, officials from 20 countries gathered in London at a high-level international conference chaired by the UK, the EU, and African Union to find a pathway to peace. But talks have reportedly collapsed. In Sudan's western Darfur region, the UN reports attacks by the RSF last weekend killed at least 300 people in refugee camps as paramilitaries took control of the Zamzam camp, which had housed some 500,000 people. The NGO Relief International said 9 employees, the entire staff of the camp's only remaining health clinic, were killed in the attack, along with at least 100 others, including children. Some 400,000 additional people are believed to have been displaced in the area just over the last few days.
We're joined now by 2 guests. In Oslo, Jan Egeland is with us, Secretary General of the Norwegian Refugee Council, and Emital Mahmoud, a Sudanese-American world champion slam poet from Darfur and Philadelphia, born in Khartoum. She's also a humanitarian activist and former refugee. Her new piece for Devex is headlined in Sudan, "The power must go to its people, not to the people in power." We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Emi Mahmoud, describe what's happening in Darfur, describe what's happening in Sudan, as at this point, we enter the 3rd year of the civil war between the paramilitary forces and the government.
Thank you so much for having us. It's so harrowing to describe. My family have lived in Zamzam camp, which is now completely destroyed, for almost 20 years. And the other half of my family is from Al-Fashir, which is now has been under siege for almost over a year. And what's so terrifying about what happened is that an IDP camp is an internally displaced person camp. This is supposed to be a place of refuge. But on Sunday and in the days before, the RSF brutally attacked the camp, killing more than 400 people by our count on the ground. They tortured and killed women and children, and they kidnapped 58 of the girls in my extended family, and we are still searching for them. We cannot find them. We have not seen them since Sunday. This brutality is something that we've seen during the Darfur genocide, and we've seen over and over again in this war and in many of the years from the start of this of the genocide and counting. I think that entering the 3rd year of war, we should not be terrified and confused about whether or not the international community is going to act to stop the Al-Fashir massacre from happening. We warned that the Zamzam massacre would be happening because MSF reported a child dies every 2 hours from the man-made famine due to the siege. And now we're warning that the Al-Fashir massacre will happen as we actively try to evacuate people. Aid is in huge shortage, and we're not able to move international aid into Al-Fashir, or we were not able to move it into Zamzam either because the RSF will not let it pass. So currently, we're doing everything that we can through small donors and family members and community to continue moving our people who have now been 4 times displaced, including my family members. Many have been killed and many who are still missing. And the injured are bleeding out without any care. So we're moving as fast as we can, but we need the world to pay attention.
I mean, we're so sorry for the suffering of your family and your family members who have been killed in this horrific war. If you could just kind of give us a quick sense of, how was this 2 years ago? How and why did this war begin between the government forces and the RSF? What's at stake?
Thank you for the question. The RSF is the Rapid Support Forces, and it's the latest iteration of the Janjaweed who terrorized Darfur for decades. And the SAF is the Sudanese Armed Forces. Now, the Sudanese Armed Forces created the Janjaweed and institutionalized the RSF under Bashir, the former dictator. So in 2018 and 2019, there was a lot of movement by the youth, including a lot of us from Darfur who walked for 1,000 kilometers, mobilizing thousands across the way and reaching Khartoum to inspire a collective responsibility for peace. Just a couple months after our peace walk in 2018, I was in Sudan to do it all over again in December, and that's when the revolution started. Now, the revolution was a peaceful revolution led by young people, led by women, and people called for an end to more than 30 years of dictatorship and horrible, horrible genocides, plural, including what happened in South Sudan in 21-year civil war. So in 2019, the world was very inspired, and people said, blue for Sudan, and the people in Khartoum said, "Al-Unsur al-Maghrur kull al-balad Darfur," which means you racist, you hypocrite, the entire country is Darfur. So they heard our cry, and that was to the dictator. In 2019, the dictator fell, and there was a moment of hope, but there were these massacres of young people. They were sitting with sit-ins and peacefully just trying to push for democracy, which is something that we've all hoped for and prayed for, and that's something that's part of our culture. We're very democratic.
Thank you, Liz. You're exactly right. No oppression.
As indigenous people in Sudan and in Sudan in general. And then in 2019, hundreds were killed and thrown into the Nile, hundreds of children and young people in Khartoum who, I say children, but they were young people who were pushing. And I do say children because my cousin Mohammed, he was 15 years old when he was killed in January in 2019 at the beginning of the revolution. So many people were killed and thrown in the Nile. Many are still missing. So then in 2021, the RSF and the SAF cooperated to overthrow the civilian transition. So a civilian transitionary government was put in place with a deal that would be, it would spend 3 years, and in the first couple of years, the military would be in power, which us young people said, do not make this deal, do not cooperate with SAF and RSF, who are both liable for genocide in Darfur and other regions. But they did cooperate, and then in 2021, RSF and SAF cooperated for a coup that overthrew the civilian government and any hope for a peaceful transition. And then now in 2023, 2 years ago, right as we were getting ready for Eid Ramadan, the massacre began. This war is not a civil war, according to people on the ground. It is a war against the people because we do not consent to this war. So to make it very simple, you have two warring parties who used to cooperate to commit genocide and to, massacre our people. And now they fell out and are having this power struggle. And they're trying desperately to cling on to power. And they're being funded by many nations, rich nations.
And see, the thing that gets me, most people have the visions of Africans. This is how Africans live. This is always how they live. But they don't have the visions of, what is it? Qatar was one of the most developed cities where this actual war broke out. I'm going to show you. They think that, hey, this is par. This is par for the course of African being an African, but it actually
two warring parties who used to cooperate to commit genocide and to, massacre our people, and now they fell out and are having this power struggle, and they're trying desperately to cling.
Do you see this large city? Now the RFS had a military, a air force as well. So to see these planes flying over, when she said 3 years ago, I couldn't find the clip of when this nation was shot as these warplanes came barreling through their skies real low, shooting missiles and all of that type of stuff. I can't imagine that you don't see this coming, and then all of a sudden I got a couple of before and after pictures. This link is in my description box. I just don't want people to get the wrong idea that all African nations are living that way. Let me see. Cartoon before and after. Yeah, this is where the war initially broke out. Do you see this? Do you see this? Let's see. Do you see this city? Now let's see some before and after shots of this city. This is amazing. But all of this, it has just continued and continued and continued. And no one, these people have been uprooted, and their encampments, their refugee camps have been overrun again and again and again, and they've had to escape so many times. So you think that these are people who are used to living in the bush and stuff? No, some of these people lived in this city, and they can't get any refugee status like the white Africans. So I just wanted you guys to understand um, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And you think that you've been seeing the same clips of African people since you were a child, and this is how Africans live as well. Uh, they just want you to believe. Hey, just show them in a camp in some rags and all of that type of stuff, and they're gonna be like, "Hey, ain't nothing changed. Why y'all complaining?" Because some things have changed. Okay, so let me stop sharing my screen. Shaking my head. Bastards. Yeah, it's horrible. Now, let me see. There's something else I do want to show you as well about Africa. Why the UAE is fueling Sudan's apocalyptic war. Who? The UAE. Money, gold, and genocide. This is in my description, a link under money, gold, and genocide. So let me share this with you. Your boy 4547 is will be visiting the UAE this weekend. So let's see why is the UAE fueling Sudan's apocalyptic war?
In April 2023, Sudan hasn't just plunged into the abyss, but already hit the bottom and then continued tunneling down through the bedrock. For regular viewers, the statistics are going to be oh so grimly familiar. The estimated 150,000 dead, the 12 million displaced, the cities sacked and burned, the famine stalking the land, the ethnic cleansing underway in Darfur. All of it adding up to a portrait of hell on earth. Yet while the conflict in Sudan is a civil war, it's not the Sudanese themselves who are sustaining it. Rather, the warring combatants are being kept awash in gold and weapons by outside forces. Egypt, Qatar, Iran, Russia, Ukraine, the Houthis. There's no shortage of outside powers willing to pour gasoline onto this African inferno. But there's one nation contributing to the war more than any other: the United Arab Emirates. Since the summer of 2023, Abu Dhabi has clandestinely delivered ammunition and high-tech weapons to the RSF. It has supplied intelligence and treated wounded fighters, even as the paramilitaries carry out a genocide. All in...
Oh, remember what I told you about the food aid? Let's was the food aid genuine? We're gonna find out about some of this food aid.
In pursuit of goals, it may be further away from achieving than ever before. Now, to the outside world, it appeared like nothing so much as a great humanitarian act, an attempt to alleviate the suffering of Sudan's civilians, when the UAE established a base at the small Chadian city of Amjaras near the Sudanese border. Emirati officials were quick to stress that they were building a field hospital, one that would treat hundreds of those who were escaping the devastating conflict next door. But behind this concerned facade lay a darker motive. Since the base at Amjaras began receiving regular cargo flights in mid-2023, evidence has mounted that treating wounded refugees is the last thing on Abu Dhabi's mind. In January 2024, a UN investigation declared that it had, quote, credible evidence that the hospital was a front for massive weapons transfers. That summer, the State Department-funded Sudan Conflict Observatory released tracking data for 32 flights that it concluded with, quote, near certainty were transporting weapons to the conflict zone. Western intelligence agencies, the official Sudanese government, and investigations by outlets like the New York Times have all reached the same conclusion. Far from a field hospital, the Amjara base is being used to transfer huge amounts of firepower to one faction in Sudan's chaotic civil war. Not only that, but it may also be a hub for intelligence gathering and treating wounded fighters, all in the hopes of propelling the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces, or RSF, to victory. To call this a significant intervention would be to underplay the UAE's role in the conflict. While other nations are meddling in Sudan's civil war, none appears to have so consistently and steadfastly supported one side, nor spent so much in money or political capital to swing the outcome. Now, to be clear, Abu Dhabi strenuously denies all the allegations that we're reporting on in today's video. Despite the wealth of reports from international bodies and the US government, the UAE's position remains that its only interest in Sudan is humanitarian. As we'll see, though, that's a hard claim to swallow. As the Times summed up the feelings of diplomats and officials, quote, eager to cement its role as a regional kingmaker, the wealthy Persian Gulf petrostate is expanding its covert campaign to back a winner in Sudan, funneling money, weapons, and now powerful drones to fighters rampaging across the country. And you better believe that rampaging is the correct word there. Flush with Emirati weapons and training, the RSF has helped turn the war into a byword for atrocity. Kicking off in April 2023, the Sudanese conflict at first looked like it might be confined to a quick showdown in the capital, Khartoum, between the regular army, or SAF, and the RSF, who until recently had governed alongside them. Instead, the fighting quickly expanded in scope and geography until the whole country was in flames. Among the areas worst hit was the western region of Darfur, where an earlier iteration of the RSF, then known as the Janjaweed, carried out a genocide nearly 2 decades ago. As fighting broke out this time, the group mobilized to finish the job, overrunning and sacking city after city in a spectacular display of violence. In El Janina alone, it's estimated that 15,000 from the Masalit ethnicity were systematically slaughtered. Although El Janina was a particularly bad example, the pattern was repeated wherever the RSF seized power. Over the last 22 months, the group has been accused of everything from looting to ethnic cleansing to the enslavement and mass abuse of women under their rule. Now, that's not to say that their opponents are angels. The Sudanese armed forces are known for indiscriminately bombing civilian neighborhoods, carrying out extrajudicial executions, and have even been accused of deploying chemical weapons. And both factions have used starvation as a weapon, leading to what appears to be a famine that may soon even eclipse Ethiopia's 1983-85 famine in terms of body count.
So, 4547 is not giving any refugee status to any of these people. I wonder why. I guess he doesn't want to interfere or upset the UAE. Let's see how his visit with the UAE goes. Obviously, they are up on intelligence of, if they care to be. He's only gone to 12 of his updates, security updates that he has daily. He has only found his way to go to 12 of them, and I can imagine him rushing the people who's trying to give him information that a president needs. I can hear him ignoring them. I can hear that. I can hear him being a total ass and being unattentive to his daily briefings. 12 he's made. So maybe he doesn't know this information. I doubt it.
Still, even when measured against the callousness of the military, the RSF is something else. A rampaging, genocidal horde that expert Alex Dewar has declared operate like human locusts. As such, perhaps the most important question anyone who cares about the Sudan conflict can ask is, why is the UAE supporting them? I mean, what could Abu Dhabi hope to get out of entangling itself with these self-propelled devils on horseback? We'll spend the latter part of this video trying to answer that question. But first, we need to go a bit deeper to lay out how exactly the Emirates are trying to ensure an RSF victory. When war first broke out in Khartoum, the general assumption was that the army would win a quick, bloody victory. After all, the military had a...
And I am of the suspicion that the FAS are actually what do I always, god damn it, they are actually not black. They are what do I want to say? What do I want to say? I had this I don't want to be offensive. I believe they are of Arab descent. I'll put it that way. And a lot of them were allowed to escape the cities when the war, the people of Arab descent and American people were allowed to escape, while the blackity black people had to escape to these different refugee camps in the early part of the war. Let's continue.
Power, while the RSF did not. Given that overwhelming advantage, there was no need to think the paramilitary stood a chance. That they in reality did is entirely due to Abu Dhabi.
I can't survive without Medicare. Yet when it came time to protecting our Medicare, Congresswoman Perez
Not two commercials. Lord have mercy.
Last year, the European Union ambassador to Sudan wrote about how, quote, the delivery of drones, howitzers, multiple rocket launchers, and manpads to the RSF by the UAE has helped it neutralize the military's air superiority. The key item there are the manpads, or man-portable air defense systems. Supplied with these weapons and trained in their use by the Wagner Group, the RSF was able to blunt the military's once major advantage. Not that Emirati largesse started and ended with air defense. The manpads, or man-portable air defense systems. Emirati largesse started and portable air defense systems. Supplied with these weapons and trained in their use by...
These are not African blacks. These are not black Africans. These are Arab Africans. And who is supporting them? Okay, let's continue.
The Wagner Group, the RSF was able to blunt the military's once major advantage. Not that Emirati largesse started and ended with air defenses. Over the 22 months of the conflict, the UAE has supplied the paramilitaries with more than enough kit to sustain their war. Chief among those donations are Chinese drones, used for battlefield surveillance and likely piloted remotely from the UAE itself. But they also include armored personnel carriers built by Emirati companies, like the Nimar Ajban. This last one is particularly controversial, as it includes the French-made Gallic system, which Amnesty International described in a recent report as, quote, a defense system for land forces that releases decoys, smoke, and projectiles to counter close-range threats. Built into Emirati APCs under a joint manufacturing agreement between La Croix Defense and the Edge Group, the system's deployment in Sudan breaks an EU-wide embargo on sending any military kit into the country. That's on top of the long-standing UN Security Council resolution the UAE is already breaking by shipping kit into Darfur. And then there are the crates and crates of munitions. When the army retook vital sectors of the city of Omdurman, it claimed to have captured piles of Serbian-manufactured munitions that had been sold to the UAE. After the strategic town of Wad Madani fell to the military earlier this year, videos were released showing warehouses full of Emirati missiles. Taken together, all this materials allowed the RSF to sustain the fight far beyond their natural point of culmination. But it's not just physical weapons that the paramilitaries rely on, but also Emirati influence with other nations. We mentioned earlier that multiple countries are intervening in Sudan's conflict, from Russia to Turkey to Qatar to Yemen's Houthis. All are responsible for prolonging the war and causing vast suffering. What's been interesting has been some of the nations that are now taking a backseat. One such nation is Egypt, which is one of the Sudanese army's traditional backers. Initially, Cairo supported the military, but then Abu Dhabi offered to invest $35 billion in Egypt, and that support all but faded away. As a result, the army turned to Iran for help, pulling another regional power into the conflict. Then there's the nation of Chad, where the Amjaras Air Base is located. By rights, Chad should be supporting ethnic Darfuri militias. The extent of those...
A lot of people think that your gun If your holster is uncomfortable,
Those benefits are a little hazy, especially after the outgoing Biden administration slapped sanctions on Emirati companies involved in laundering Sudanese gold. But the millions of dollars that can be made smuggling bullion would at least give a concrete upside to the UAE RSF connection. On a more abstract level, there's also an argument that we're seeing a new scramble for Africa. Only this time the major players are no longer European colonial powers, but a plethora of countries in the Gulf and the wider Middle East. The past few years have seen regional powers like UAE, Turkey, and Iran asserting themselves ever more forcefully into Africa. Some of that has come in the form of benign-seeming projects like investment in infrastructure. According to the New York Times, UAE in 2023 invested almost twice as much as China in the continent, a staggering $45 billion. Other interventions, though, have been more destructive. It was drones from UAE and Turkey that helped the Ethiopian government win the devastating Tigray War, and it was UAE weapons that helped prop up General Khalifa Haftar in eastern Libya. In both cases, the interventions were made in the hope of winning influence. And in the case of Ethiopia, it more than paid off.
And let's be clear that 4547 has made arrangements to trade the unwanted immigrants who came to America with Libya. Okay, so we see that the Libyan supreme leader was set into place. Now, let's get back to 45 and 47. And what do I think that America's playing in it? We understand that 45, 47 has no problem talking to Hamas to free the last dual citizen American Israel soldier, and not using Netanyahu at all. But he is still supplying Netanyahu what he needs to totally get rid of the Palestinian state, in my opinion. So this didn't make Netanyahu none too happy. So Netanyahu is like, oh, how dare you? Let's remember that it was a Benjamin Netanyahu who came to 45 and 47 in his first administration and told him that Iran was still trying to enrich its uranium for a nuclear weapon, and that is what had 45, 47 pull out of Obama's Iranian deal. And what does he want from Iranian now? He wants a deal that they will not be enriching their uranium. He wants to go back to what he had. Okay, but he wanted to be all cozied up to Netanyahu, so he just took his word for it. Now let's go to why we are in Yemen, striking Yemen, hand in hand with who? Netanyahu, hand in hand with close flyovers with B-2 bombers to exert that, hey, you know what can go on these bombers, right? You know what nuclear weapons can go in these bombers, right? You see us, right? Okay. So that happened. And so all of a sudden, last week, 45, 47 said, oh, well, we're done striking the Houthis. They said that they don't want to fight anymore. And that's all that we wanted. Is that what? Wait a minute. All of this stuff that Hegseth came out here and all of the hundreds of times that warship has been struck by the Houthis allegedly, and that's it. That's all. We done. Y'all don't want to fight no more. I don't even know no street fight that happens when somebody starts the fight and then tell you when you kicking their ass that, okay, I don't want to fight no more, and you just turn your back and say, okay, bye. No, I don't know anything. No treaty signed. No, absolutely nothing. They said, and I trust them. They are great warriors. They did great fighting. They did this, that, and the other. Great, 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 great. So, who is also associated with Iran and the Houthis? Qatar. Is it Qatar? Qatar is Qatar, the people who are gifting 45, 47, a $400 million aircraft. They say that this has been in talks for weeks. Maybe the last thing that they needed to do is to stop striking the Houthis, the people who are in line with Iran. And so let's see how 45, 47 is going to deal with Iran going forward. All of this shit is intertwined and connected very well. Let's see what type of agreements that they're going to have with Israel going forward. So let me share something else with you guys. See, all of this, all stuff is intertwined and connected, in my opinion. Okay, let me share this. Where is it? Here we go. Here we go. Let me share this video with you. Trump bypasses Israel with direct Hamas talks.
Hill, great to see you, sir.
Thank you, Crystal. Hey, Emily.
Yeah, of course. So let's go ahead and put this first element up on the screen. There's a lot going on this week as President Trump heads to the Middle East. We got this announcement that I'll just read from President Trump's True Social here. I'm happy to announce that Eden Alexander, an American citizen who's been held hostage since October 2023, is coming home to his family. I'm grateful to all those involved in making this monumental news happen. This was a step taken in good faith towards the U.S. and the efforts of the mediators, Qatar and Egypt, to put an end to this very brutal war and return all living hostages and reins their loved ones. Hopefully, this is the first of those final steps necessary to end this brutal conflict. Look very much forward to that day of celebration. So, Jeremy, just to start off with, can you break down some of the context in which this agreement and this ability to return Eden Alexander was obtained?
Well, I mean, one of the aspects of this that is truly extraordinary is that this is the first time that the United States has made a direct deal with Hamas that does not involve Israel. That's a major step away from Biden era policy. For instance, there were a number of people with U.S. citizenship who were taken captive on October 7th during Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, and the Biden administration, stood by and refused to actually negotiate directly with Hamas and constantly deferred to the Israelis. So what we're seeing is a kind of unorthodox aspect of Donald Trump's presidency. He recently made a deal with what the U.S. considers to be a foreign terrorist organization and a non-state actors, Ansar Allah, the Houthis of Yemen. Now you have the U.S. Beginning in February engaged in direct talks with Hamas that is now leading to the release of a dual U.S.-Israeli citizen. The other aspect of this, Crystal, that's really significant is that during this entire 19-month period, there has not been a single male.
But understand why were the Houthis out there shooting at ships in the first place? Because they wanted to stop the bombardment on Palestine. And so therefore 45, 47 decided to put ships in the ocean, in the Red Sea, and act as if he cared about cargo ships that were going to the EU being struck. And then Biden put those in as well. Biden put those in. I take that back. Biden put these ships in and acted as if they cared about cargo ships being hit in the EU. What they were doing were they were supporting Israel and what Israel was doing. And then so 47 gets in office and tells us that they are striking warships. Okay, so all of this is happening. Why? Because they want you to stop bombing Palestine. So instead of stop bombing Palestine, you ramp up your attacks on them. But when Qatar wants to give you a $400 million jet and they want you to stop striking the Houthis, and all of a sudden Hamas is not too bad of a person of a group for you to have talks to release the last prisoner. How were these talks conducted? How did you do a reach around Israel, who is doing in their final solution with Gaza? They are estimating that the final solution in the Gaza Strip is being postponed until 47 returns from his trip to the Middle East. And then you are going to see an escalation in Gaza of ridding Gaza of all the Palestinians. This is the information that has been put out. So let's see.
Israeli soldier that has been released from captivity in Gaza. And it's important to remember, a lot of the coverage of this implies that Idan Alexander was a civilian that was kidnapped. Well, Hamas considers him to be a prisoner of war because he was an active duty soldier in the Israeli military on October 7th. He was captured by Palestinian fighters in uniform while serving in a military that the Palestinians view as an occupying force that is operating on behalf of an apartheid entity. So, there are details of this that I think we need to remember factually. Recently, when I was meeting with senior officials from Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, they indicated that for months they have told the United States that they are willing, as what they call a goodwill gesture, to release Idan Alexander. And part of this is that Hamas views Trump. They know that Trump's administration is filled with Zionists. They know that Trump's administration is very pro-Israel. That's the big picture of this. But on a sort of technical level, they feel that they have a better shot with negotiating something with Steve Witkoff and Adam Boehler than they did with Antony Blinken or Bill Burns when Biden was president.
Well, let's put the next element on the screen, Jeremy, because this kind of gets to exactly what you were just saying. I mean, you pointed out that this was the first deal brokered directly between the United States and Hamas without Israel. And I mean, there've been some interesting comments from the Israeli right in the last 24 to 48 hours. And I just wanted to see, what you make of all of these developments. Does this signal maybe the next chapter in the United States relationship with Israel? Is Israel realizing sort of the hardcore Israeli right, realizing that maybe they want to disentangle from the United States as well? I mean, basically, what's the reaction been like in the last 24 or 48 hours politically from Israel?
Well, last week you saw Miriam Adelson, who is a U.S. and Israeli citizen. Her husband, of course, was Sheldon Adelson. She gave $100 million to Trump's re-election effort in the last election cycle. And she owns a newspaper in Israel. And that paper really was kind of fanning the flames of this, the idea that there are indications that the Trump administration is sort of kicking Netanyahu under the bus, is distancing itself from Israel. I think we should be really careful about embracing.
So her money wasn't well spent. Bitch, don't nobody give, Trump don't give a fuck about you or your money that he has already spent or put in his bank. Bitch, bye. It's about me. Are they talking about giving me a flying palace? Do you think I give a fuck about you and your $100 million? I'm getting a $400 million jet. Bitch, match that if you want me to care. Very transactional.
That narrative too much. There's a big picture here, which is that Trump's agenda is an extremely pro-Israel agenda. He puts Mike Huckabee in as the ambassador. Their rhetoric on the West Bank indicates that they're moving toward recognizing full Israeli annexation of the West Bank. We could talk for hours about the ways in which the Trump administration has facilitated Netanyahu's agenda, including taking the leash off and letting Netanyahu go scorched earth ever since March 18th, killing upwards of 2,600 Palestinians, many of them women and children, including really
breaking his ceasefire agreement and letting him do whatever, and telling you that he is going to get rid of all the Palestinians in Palestine. And what have you heard 4547 say about anything about this? Did he say, "Hey, BB, let some of those Palestinians come over here on a visa"? You don't have to send them to such bad places. Well, wait a minute. He likes when people are sent to very bad places. Thus, he's sending allegedly trying to send some of the deportees to Libya. I digress.
Indiscriminate attacks on camps housed by housing displaced persons. But on a micro level, yes, Emily, there's something really interesting going on, which is that Donald Trump, of course, is a transactional guy. He also thinks very highly of himself. He thinks very highly of his legacy. And he is right now on his way in a day to the Middle East, where he's going to meet with Saudi Arabia and try to secure this more than $1 trillion deal that involves weapons sales and other economic matters. Similar deal being made with the United Arab Emirates. Of course, there's going to be a lot of focus on the airplane that Qatar is reportedly going to be giving Trump. Trump seems to really want the Gaza war to be done. He called it a brutal war and said that it's time to wrap it up in that Truth Social post that you cited earlier. So I think what we're seeing here is have no illusion about the fact that Donald Trump wants to facilitate a horrifying agenda on behalf of the Israelis. But on the technical aspects, where Netanyahu starts to mess with, let's just say, America's business as Trump views it, which is also Trump's business and his family's business, then I think we have some space that opens up where people like Witkoff and Adam Bowler become quite interesting to the Palestinian negotiators. And I've said on this show many times before, and I'll say it again, there is a chance that Trump's interests align enough with stopping that war that it benefits the Palestinians of Gaza, who have endured a horrifying genocide under both Biden and Trump.
How does this square with the reporting we saw last week from Reuters that there were high-level discussions centered around a U.S. occupation of Gaza that would be based on the Iraq government, our occupation of Iraq after and during the Iraq War? How do these talks square with that? Square with Trump previously floating, we're going to clear out all of the Palestinians. We're going to let the world's people be in Gaza, his big real estate development plans there. How are you making sense of those things? And how are the Hamas officials you're speaking with making sense of those things?
If you brush your teeth twice.
Okay, so that's link is in my description box. If you want the answer to that, hit the link in the description box. Liz, have a great jog. I am glad you are still listening. Let me share my screen again. What was all the hubbub about this last prisoner? They want you to believe that he was a civilian, Eric Eaton Alexander. He will be visiting I think the White House or something, and they find it weird that usually after prisoners are released that they are in the hospital several days. So let's see the release of Eaton Alexander. Okay. I just wanted to make no big fanfare, no standing on the stage and transferring prisoners, none of that. I wonder if Israel have released all their prisoners, because there was no exchange. There was just the releasing of him.
Leaving Gaza, the Red Cross transporting the American Israeli to safety after more than 19 months in captivity.
Hey God, he gone?
His parents waiting on Israel's side of the border with Gaza. Alexander's mother speaking to him by phone, the first time they've spoken in 589 days.
I love you, and I'm gonna see you soon.
And finally, late today, the emotional moment, Alexander reuniting with his mother. His family in Israel cheering as they heard the news of his release. They're chanting Idan, Idan. Doron Zexer's family hosted Alexander while he was serving in Israel's military. Zexer says their family is strong again, together again.
This is a new day. This is a new day.
In Alexander's hometown of Tenafly, New Jersey, crowds dancing in celebration. Alexander was taken hostage by Hamas during the attack on October 7th. At the time, he was 19 years old. He spent 2 birthdays in captivity. Hamas releasing the now 21-year-old as a sign of goodwill ahead of President Trump's trip to the Middle East this week.
We hope that we're going to have
goodwill. That's when they release him in hopes of goodwill. I'm done with this reporting on this. Hamas expects goodwill from 45-47. I think not. So that link is in my description box. I just wanted to show you what all the hubbub is and was about, how these people contort themselves to make it okay to totally wipe out a whole generation, a whole do whole ethnic cleansing on a site based on what? All of this is about people in power getting more power, enriching themselves singularly, not enriching their nations, enriching themselves. So let me see if there's anything else I want to talk to myself about on today. Let me see. There is something else. Okay. Let me see. What else do I want to talk about today? Where it all started. Oh, where BB is on his own. Let's see. Netanyahu is on his own.
Of the Gaza conflict.
Released in about 2 hours, actually. And he's going to be, till recently, most thought was no longer living, thought was dead, is going to be released in about 2 hours, actually. And he's going to be released before the eyes of Steve Witkoff, who's done a fantastic job.
As the hostage was being released, the dominating theme of conversations and analysis on Western media was Trump losing patience with bloodthirsty terrorist Netanyahu, something I was the first one to report, and we have been reporting consistently on this channel for last several days. The BBC also spoke to one Aaron David Miller, a former American diplomat who has worked closely with Israeli politicians in the past. You have to watch what he had to say about Trump losing patience with Netanyahu and what today's release could mean for the future of the Gaza conflict.
it also capitalized on what I think is a growing frustration on the part of the Trump administration, his key envoy, Stephen Witkoff, and the president himself, for what I think they are increasingly convinced of is a pointless war from a security point of view that the Israelis continue to wage. Now, whether this hostage release of one individual represents a headline or a trend line is unclear, but the Israelis have now dispatched a negotiating delegation to Doha in Qatar to talk about the latest Steve Witkoff proposal, which is 8 to 13 hostages in exchange for a 45 to 60-day ceasefire. So we'll see where this goes, but I think those are the factors that are in play.
You used the word frustration. Has Donald Trump lost patience with Benjamin Netanyahu and his government?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, Donald Trump may self-style himself as the most pro-Israeli president in the history of the world. But the reality is he's very transactional, extremely so. Unlike Joe Biden, who had a deep, deep, abiding feeling about the people of Israel, the security of Israel, the very idea of Israel. I don't think Donald Trump has any of that. I think he's a deal maker. And I think he now understands that any hope of ending the war in Gaza, let alone Israeli-Saudi normalization, will depend on getting the Israelis to do what they need to do in order to bring the war to a conclusion. I'm not persuaded, by the way, that Mr. Netanyahu, for whom politics and survival is the paramount and overriding North Star, will be able to do that. But I do believe Donald Trump has exhibited it lately. Separate deal with the Houthis, allowing his hostage negotiator several months ago to meet with Hamas two or three times. And this deal, which clearly caught the Israelis by surprise, suggests to me a degree of willingness to operate independently of Jerusalem. And having worked for a lot of administrations, Jimmy Carter to Bush 43, that is a rare sort of attitude to take for an American president.
As you know.
Okay, so there we have that. Let me share something else I wanted to share with you guys. He's doing everything. Let me get my personal gains in. Okay, let's go. Let's go to Mike Waltz. Just when you think it is all over with Mike Waltz and Signalgate, it doesn't seem to ever end with Mike Waltz and Signalgate. Remember, Mike Waltz was the one who he let the reporter in on Signalgate about the Houthi strikes. You know, the Houthis, who are great, brave people now, that Qatar wanted to give 45, 47 a jet. Now, Mike Waltz was also in the White House on Signalgate. It was captured by a photographer, but he was on a different type of Signalgate. It was a go around to be on a Signalgate, a different app to acquire the app of Signalgate. Come to find out that app is a Israeli app. That app is a Israeli. I think it's a. Let's find out what exactly type of Israelis app that is. Expose Israeli spies infiltrate the White House. That is the name of this video. So let's find out what's going on.
Which is kind of flying under the radar, which I wanted to bring to your guys' attention. Mike Waltz reportedly archived signal messages on Israeli intelligence-linked app. A picture of Waltz's phone showed him using an app founded by a former Israeli intelligence official. So this guy, Mike Waltz, he was Trump's national security advisor. And just the other day, he effectively got demoted. I think he got demoted to UN secretary. But this is a really big deal. The app that he was using now, we already knew that Pete Hegseth and all these idiots are using Signal, which is totally unapproved, by the way. It's not in a officially government designated way in which you can talk about classified information and get across, top secret messages. But they were using Signal illegally. But this guy Waltz is using like a certain version of that, which is linked to Israeli intelligence. Here we go. Former National Security Advisor Mike Waltz archived official government messages sent on Signal through an Israeli app with strong ties to Israeli intelligence and military, new reporting reveals, exposing a glaring data security vulnerability within the top ranks of the Trump administration. Look, that's their framing of it. My question for you is...
We're SelectQuote, a life insurance brokerage that's been around for 40 years. We're here to help you understand the basics of life insurance.
What if it's on purpose? What if that was the point? On Thursday, a picture of Waltz's phone in a cabinet meeting published by Reuters circulated on social media, with users noting that it appeared to show Waltz on the encrypted messaging app Signal. The screen showed various message chains that appeared to be with figures like Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, U.S. Middle East Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. However, as some journalists noted, a banner at the bottom of the screen showed that Waltz was using a companion app made by a firm called Telemessage, which allows users to archive messages on Signal, where users can use settings to auto-erase messages. This may be Waltz's answer to attorneys suing the United States over officials like Waltz seemingly using Signal to discuss sensitive military and other top-level information to evade requirements for government records to be archived. As DropSite reported on Friday, Telemessage is an Israeli firm founded by a former Israeli military official who was a leader in one of the IDF's intelligence elite technical units, his biography says. In fact, many of Telemessage's executives and top employees have backgrounds within Israeli military intelligence with experience in technology and computers within those roles. One employee served within Unit 8200, which has been likened to the U.S.'s National Security Agency and labeled as a spy agency. Indeed, DropSite reports that employees have moved between Telemessage and some of the leading Israeli spyware firms, like Celebrite, an Israeli phone hacking technology company that is used by police in the U.S. to crack down on Americans, most often left-wing activists. The use of Signal by Waltz, who Trump nominated as the U.S.'s UN ambassador in a move widely seen as a demotion, and other top officials to discuss sensitive government business already sparked concerns when messages were seemingly mistakenly shared with the Atlantic's chief editor, that's Jeffrey Goldberg. The use of Telemessage archive app only heightens these risks. Though the White House did not answer to questions about how the app was being used, DropSite reported that the company offers governments and businesses the option to exfiltrate data that automatically sends copies of messages to servers on site or in the cloud. This provides another pathway where these messages could be accessed with the security of these servers in question. Whoa. So look, my takeaway from this and what I wanted to bring up to you is that the point? Is Mike Waltz an Israeli spy? Are there others in the regime that are Israeli spies? Because this guy, Mike Waltz, is a massive, massive neocon, right? He's the guy who invited in Jeffrey Goldberg, another neocon, to learn about the bombing of the Houthis. He put him on the top secret group chat where they casually discussed these bombings that they were going to commit. This guy has always been a warmonger, never met a war he didn't like. And the other portion of this story, which other people are not connecting these dots, but it's super important to, this guy was caught following some pretty questionable Twitter accounts.
What was it? Big Dick Bottoms? Big Dick Bottoms.
Forget what the exact thing was, but
it was Big Dick Bottoms. So he may be blackmailable. He may be someone who is easily blackmailable, kind of like the drunk Hegseth is probably easily blackmailable. This is who your 45, 47 have put in high security, very important operations, heads of very highly sensitive operations. So we have, you feel secure? Does anybody feel secure? I'm going to stop sharing that. The link is in my description box. Okay, so what else do I want to chit-chat about? I definitely want to share this with you guys. Where is it? Hold on one second. Let me share this with you. Okay. Let me see. What is this one? Okay, here we go. Let me share my screen with you. Trump lies exposed by his own administration. Of course they are. All of them are unqualified for
NBC with Nicole earlier today. We covered a bunch of stuff that I wanted to share with you because we hit like 3 different important topics. The first one was this DNI analysis of the threat of Tren de Aragua and whether it could possibly plausibly qualify under the Alien Enemies Act the Trump administration is using to deport these Venezuelans and send them to the fucking hell prison in El Salvador. And
okay, so this act has been shut down by the judges. They said that he could not enact this act because we are not at war. However, did he really think that it was necessary to use this act? Was he really serious? Did his administration really believe any of these things that they presented in court as a reason to enact the Aliens Enemies Act? Let's find out.
The answer is obviously not. And so I talked about the political implications of that. I'm going to talk to Jim Himes, who's on the Intelligence Committee, later. So check back on the feed and subscribe to the feed. And you'll see an interview with Jim Himes who can kind of talk about technical elements to this and what exactly is happening with the intelligence. But on the political side, I think it's going to create, real problems for their argument, at least as far as sending future Venezuelans to El Salvador. We're not sure how much it's doing for the ones that are there currently. So we get into that. We get into all of the Hegseth drama, the firings, the signal, the incompetence. And on top of that, we get into there's this interview with Miles Taylor, who I'd worked with on Republican Voters Against Trump back in the day, about how he's being targeted by the president and the ramifications of that. And that stuff is pretty heavy. So all 3 very important topics. Check it out. We'll be back here for more Bulwark content soon. We'll see you then.
Now, a new memo from Donald Trump's own National Intelligence Council directly contradicts his claims that the Alien Enemies Act was vital to protect our national security because, as he said there, quote, they invaded our country. In his proclamation announcing he was invoking the Alien Enemies Act, Trump said this: TDA is undertaking hostile actions and conducting irregular warfare against the territory of the U.S., both directly and at the direction, clandestine or otherwise, of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. Now, according to his own intelligence community, that was not the case. Quote, the Maduro regime probably does not have a policy of cooperating with TDA and is not directing TDA movement to and operations in the U.S. Venezuelan security forces have periodically engaged in armed confrontations with TDA, resulting in the killing of some TDA members. Trump also said this, quote, TDA has engaged in and continues to engage in mass illegal migration to the U.S. to further its objectives of harming U.S. citizens. That, too, was contradicted by Donald Trump's own intelligence community. The memo says this, quote, intelligence indicating that regime leaders are directing or enabling Tren de Aragua migration to the U.S. is not credible. It probably would require extensive coordination and funding between regime entities and TDA leaders that we would collect. Now, this damning piece of evidence that Trump's own intelligence committee found little evidence for invoking the Alien Enemies Act comes as a second judge ruled that Donald Trump's use of the Alien Enemies Act was not, quote, validly invoked since respondents have not demonstrated the existence of a war, invasion, or predatory incursion. Joining our coverage, MSNBC political.
So this link is in my description box. So that lets you know that over 200 people were deported under the guise of this act that he knew that he had no reason to try to enact because none of the conditions were there via his own investigators. So who are we going to be paying reparations to for this? Okay, so it's coming. It's coming. He's going to give the white South Africans money. He's going to pay reparations to the January 6th people. Will he be paying reparations to these over 200 people who he sent on a lie over to El Salvador when he could have simply deported them back to their own nations? We'll see. Okay, there is one more thing that I want to share with you for sure. Now this, I want to share this with you. Once you get found guilty by a jury of your peers, isn't that it? Isn't that all? Aren't you just waiting for? Aren't you just waiting for your sentencing? Maybe not. Maybe not in this Trump administration. If you are a cop, maybe the prosecution is going to come back and try to make a different deal after you've been found guilty with the judge. Okay, so maybe you'll get a do-over after being prosecuted. Let me show you what a Donald Trump appointed. A Donald Trump appointed, what was he? A prosecutor is trying to do with a cop who has been found guilty in Los Angeles of beating a suspect. Let me speed up this time a little bit just in case you guys missed this. Let's see what is expected of cops even being found guilty. It's hard to even get them charged, but found guilty and you think it's over? It ain't over.
Prosecutor is actively trying to help corrupt cops get away with corruption. Put up the picture, full mass. Bill Lee, the new top federal prosecutor, appointed by Donald Trump in Los Angeles, is offering a controversial plea deal. The plea deal is for Mr. Trevor Kirk, Deputy Trevor Kirk, a former LA sheriff's deputy convicted by a jury of felony use of excessive force against a black woman. So the prosecutor wants to allow him to plead guilty to a misdemeanor instead. Let me give you the background. So this is called a post-trial plea agreement. Okay. Have you ever heard of a
post-trial plea agreement? I know that there are plea agreements before you go to trial. I know that there are plea agreements that are taken or offered in the middle of a trial. I know of no post-trial plea agreements, but we got 45, 47 in office. So they can make a non-thing, an actual thing. They can lie. And, lying is accepted as the truth. Look at the YouTube streets. Let's continue.
Trial plea agreement? Probably not. In law school, I don't remember the discussion of a post-trial plea agreement because in function, it doesn't happen. But the Trump administration. So the unusual post-trial plea agreement obtained by Atlanta Black Star has prompted multiple assistant U.S. attorneys who prosecuted Deputy Kirk to quit. They have now resigned because of this ridiculous post-trial plea agreement. And the federal judge who presided over the case, this was a 3-day trial, is now asking is this even legal? And has sent that inquiry to the U.S. Department of Justice. I'm going to give you details on the arrest. June 2023, Deputy Kirk, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Deputy Felipe Alejandre Jr. responded to the robbery call at a grocery store in Lancaster. They came upon Mr. Damon Barnes, 56 years of age, who was carrying a cake he had purchased, and Houston, 58, who was sitting in a car. The two matched the description of the reported robbers, according to the police. So police video showed that Deputy Alejandro detained Barnes with no incident. But prosecutors said that Deputy Kirk was unjustifiably violent with Houston. And she got out of the car, was filming the arrest, telling the deputies they were on YouTube Live, according to legalaffairsandtrials.com. Without giving her any commands, Deputy Kirk grabbed this black woman by her arm, hooked his hand behind her neck, threw her to the ground. A grand jury indictment stated. Then he threatened to punch her, placed his knee into her back, into her neck, and then he pepper sprayed the woman in her face. Not once, but twice. It sounds as if clearly the grand jury who saw the evidence, they said, yep, you got to indict. This cop has to go. Normative jury during trial, well, that cop guilty. Guilty as charged. Trump appointed prosecutor, I see a misdemeanor. After the conviction based on constitutionally mandated due process, he was able to go through the process of facing his accusers.
Do you know what eating cabbage can do to your heart? Cabbage is a cruciferous vegetable that resembles lettuce and can be red, purple, white, or green. But what many people don't know is that it can have a serious effect on the body's inflammatory response. Is it healthy? Here's what you need to know.
I'm a doctor, and I quit. Years ago, I made a New Year's resolution for myself that I would no longer participate.
I apologize.
There's more. So the black woman who was brutalized received medical treatment at a hospital after the assault. She suffered a blunt head injury, contusions, and abrasions on multiple parts of her body. Ms. Houston and Barnes settled their lawsuit against both of the deputies and the sheriff's department for $3 million in March, defunding the police by way of the police, and are awaiting its approval from the LA County Board of Supervisors. That's according to Legal Affairs. Before his ultra-lenient plea deal was extended, the new Trump-appointed U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, Kirk, was facing a sentencing hearing later this month in his criminal case before the U.S. District Court Judge Stephen W. Wilson, who had denied his motion for acquittal back in April. Kirk, who was, quote, relieved of duty in 2023, but is still employed by the sheriff's department, which is insane, had argued there was insufficient evidence to support the jury's verdict of felony excessive force. Insufficient evidence. You have to understand the irony of the argument. Insufficient evidence to support the jury's finding. The jury is considered the fact finders of the case. They are constitutionally mandated. They are typically statutorily required. And they are the judicial authority who are the fact finders for the case. The judge is not the fact finder. The prosecutor is not the fact finder. The jury is designated as the fact finder. The government presents. Defense will defend. The judge is supposed to call the score, keep things even. But how can you win in a criminal justice system that already is significantly biased against certain demographics when a person can literally be convicted of felony assault and corruption while being a cop? It is corrupt to assault someone as an officer. And then a prosecutor comes in and says, oh, we're just going to do this over. So Wilson was ruled, Wilson ruled that there was, quote, citing extensive body cam footage that revealed he had made no effort to de-escalate the situation and instead used, quote, objectively unreasonable force against, once again, a black woman who was not armed, not attempting to flee, not attacking him, and not actively committing a crime. Kirk faced up to 10 years for his felony conviction. That's according to U.S. Sentencing Commission guidelines. He was facing up to 10 years for his conviction. There's more. The plea agreement filed last week says if Deputy Kirk pleads guilty to misdemeanor deprivation of rights under the color of law, the U.S. Attorney's Office will, quote, move to strike the jury's finding that he injured his victim, which made the crime a felony. The misdemeanor conviction of deprivation of rights carries a maximum sentence of 1 year. The government agreed to recommend a year probation. And federal prosecutors also are not barring Deputy Kirk from working back in law enforcement. The judge doesn't have to accept the prosecutor's sentencing recommendation. This is an important part of the narrative. That's according to the proposed plea agreement, which specifies that Wilson, quote, may consider the stricken jury finding in determining the applicable sentencing guidelines range, the propriety and extent of any departure from that range, and the sentence to be opposed. So Judge Wilson is scheduled to take up the proposed plea agreement and sentencing on Kirk on May 19th. Now, a reminder, the judge is...
So if the judge doesn't have to uphold this, why is this prosecutor even bringing it up? They are going long length to make it okay for cops to be allowed to get qualified immunity and not pay for whatever act that they do to us as Black citizens, and not just Black citizens, because they have tenderize your thought process that, hey, if you see this happening, this is we do a hard job, and they're bad people out here. So he did all of that to someone who was streaming him arrest her husband or her boyfriend, who this man was, if I can remember correctly, he was in one of those shopping sit-down shopping carts. So he had some type of disability, if I can remember correctly. I did see this video. It was this happened in, I think it was Lancaster, California. And he treated that woman like she had done something to him for filming. And they were called out for a couple who had stolen something. They had stolen absolutely nothing. They had a receipt for everything that they had purchased on top of it. So there's that story. So be safe out here, people. The cards are stacked, and they are not stacked in our favor. Oh, Emma Renee, I didn't know you were still here. Thank you, Emma Renee, for being here. Almond Brown, it's good to see you as well. I appreciate you being here. A view is a view. I didn't know all of you guys were here. I thought I was actually talking to myself, but I definitely appreciate you guys for being here. I don't know about any of this. I agree. So I thank you guys. Keep bringing the word to us. We all need what the world needs now is God, sweet God. That was also. Oh, wait a minute. Well, also it says 6 months ago I would have responded differently and been shocked, but Trump is doing so much F-ish. I'm honestly recognizing I'm reacting less. Yeah. Yeah. Um, hey, shy girl. It is good to see you. I hate this regime with a passion. Z Sarah, I did speak right. If not, please forgive me. So I think that is really all that I. Wait a minute. I may have one more. I, hold on. I may have one more that I had here to share. Let me make sure that's all I have to share. Mm-mm-mm. No, I have one more thing that I want you to share with you. I think it is quite out. Oh, Doctor Shah, did y'all see Doctor Oz? Well, Doctor Oz is that's such a fun. Oh, I got to show you guys this. I I have to show you this press conference. I can show it to you without volume. It is in my description box, but there are a couple of things that I want to show you about this press conference. Robert Kennedy Jr. Why is he back there tweaking? Why does it look like Robert RFK Jr. has taken something? Are they drug testing these people? What is wrong with these people? And then Dr. Oz, he's over something, I forget, Health and Human Services, and he's running behind 4547. When 4547 gets asked a question about this plane and how inappropriate it is, he storms out. Instead of answering the question, he does his regular juvenile thing. Who are you with? CBS, you're frauds. Nobody watches your channel. And then he storms out of the briefing room with the dorky Dr. Oz, who sees a tray of Sharpies down on the table where he has just pretended as if he's going to bargain down our medicine prices, which he cannot do by executive order. Other countries make medicine, so he is going to write an executive order that they bring down the price between 30 and 80%. Companies in other in other shit, not in the United States, in other nations. He's going to make other nations by an American executive order to take down our medication 30 to 80%. So he says a whole sit down to do absolutely nothing, to make it appear as if he has effected change in anything. So now, to do this, he would have to be negotiating for Medicaid. But he's not negotiating for Medicaid, so therefore he cannot do this. To do this, it would be something like we had universal health care in the United States, and he was bargaining on that. He has no bargaining chips, and he's just sitting down pretending as if he's doing something for the American people to keep your mind off of. Just keep your mind off of what he's really not doing. So let's review this. Oh, and Dr. Oz. Isn't Dr. Oz a whole physician? And the only thing he can do is stand up here and be a shield for 4947. And watch how he runs after 4547. 4547 has a whole tray of Sharpies. Viewers of you, what did you do when you get done with one crayon? You put it in the box and you use another one. Or if you're done with your crayons, you put it in the box. But God forbid, 4547 didn't put a Sharpie in the box. The box is sitting right there, a box of Sharpies. Well, what does dumb Dr. Oz do? He runs behind 4547 with the Sharpie, like, hey, don't you want your pencil? Hey, Trump, hey, be my friend. I got your pencil. You left your pencil. Oh, it is, and JFK Jr. back there. I don't know. It appears that he was having some type of medical emergency. Let's go to this portion. I don't want to hear what RFK had to say. I don't want to hear what Dr. Oz have to say because I know that these are two straight up 45, 47 lackeys. Okay, let's get down to where we want to be. He's answering questions. Okay. Okay, now he's sitting down and now he's about to be insulted. If you want to watch this whole thing and see what they were there for, and look at RFK. RFK looked like he slept in his office for the past fortnight. Look how his suit is fitting. Look how his tie is swung. Look at RFK. Just look at RFK. Am I sharing my screen? I don't think I'm sharing my screen. I'm not sharing my screen. Let me share my screen because y'all got to see this. Let me share my screen. A whole fucking drug den, it looks like. Here we go. Here we go. Let me increase my screen.
The budget bill negotiations are taking place. Who in your administration is in charge of that while you're gone?
Everybody.
Okay, now this is the part where you have to. RFK Jr. is going to start tweaking right now. Let's check him out.
Bobby, from the standpoint of medical, this group behind me, I mean, I think it's the best group ever assembled in terms of medical. I think you're going to see a tremendous cut. I don't think. I mean, I know.
I thought RFK was used to money, accustomed to money. Why is his suit all the way down his thumb? Where is his shirt hanging under his suit sleeve? Because his suit sleeve looked like one of those jackets that you buy, those athleisure jackets where it has a hole where you put your thumb. I don't like that type of thing. I feel like it just gets dirty. But his suit is hanging all the way down, damn near the middle of the palm of his hands. But I digress. Let's watch him act as if he's tweaking.
No, you're going to see it in Medicaid.
Here we go.
Medicare. That cut will be massive because drugs are 50-60% of the cost. So
look at that
Medicaid
leg.
costs are going down and Medicare costs are going down because of what we're doing today. And there's no, it's not like, oh, gee, well, maybe it won't happen. It's going to happen because the other countries have no choice. Now, the drug companies are going to.
What's wrong with that tie? Why is that second button unbuttoned? Why does it look like he has a fat gut on top of it? He laid off the roids that he allegedly has taken since people are calling him out on it. Why does it look like, what is wrong with this ill-fitted suit? Let's see him twerk though.
You have to say, listen, if you don't pay more, we're not going to give you the drug. And they're willing to do that. So that's it. They have to. We have to equalize.
Mr. President, what is Mr.
Price controls?
Say it.
How do you respond to the fact that this?
It's not price control. No. What was price control is before. If you want to talk about price control, is what they were doing. They were making us pay. They set a price, and they said, "Here's what we're going to pay."
Tweak
anything else,
see that leg?
America. Because at that time they had a very stupid president, and it really went crazy during the last 4 years. And remember this, the Democrats are the ones that allowed this to happen. They were the ones that were the protector.
If you want bells and whistles on your toothbrush, this isn't for you. Toothbrush brands love selling you gimmicks. Bluetooth.
We want to see RFK tweet.
This pricing system. And I think it's going to be very hard. You'll have to ask Democrats, are they going to vote?
Look at him. He's leaning back and forth. He's ashamed.
That's being negotiated now, tax cuts,
like it's an earthquake underneath.
But now on top of the tax cuts and regulation cuts, all the things, now you're going to say that the price of your medicine is going down by 60, 70, 80%. You're going to vote against it? I think a lot of Democrats are going to be forced to do something that their leaders are going to beg them not to do, and that's vote for the bill. I don't see how they can vote against it. How can they vote against it when drug prices, drugs and pharmaceuticals are going to be down 70, 80%. It's going to be very interesting.
Mr. President, what do you say to people who view that luxury jet as a personal gift to you? Why not leave it behind?
Your ABC fake news, right?
Why not
It's
leave
only ABC. Well, a few of you would. Let me tell you, you should be embarrassed asking that question. They're giving us a free jet. I could say, no, don't give us. I want to pay you $1 billion or 400 million or whatever it is. Or I could say, thank you very much. You know, there was an old golfer named Sam Snead. Did you ever hear of him? He won 82 tournaments. He was a great golfer. And he had a motto: when they give you a putt, you say, thank you very much. You pick up your ball and you walk to the next hole. A lot of people are stupid. They say, no, I insist on putting it. Then they putt it and they miss it. And their partner gets angry at them. You know what? Remember that, Sam Snead. When they give you a putt, you pick it up and you walk to the next hole and you say, thank you very much.
Respectfully, sir, as a businessman, some people may look at this and say, have you ever been given a gift worth millions of dollars and then not received anything?
It's not a gift to me. It's a gift to the Department of Defense.
Does RFK have to piss or something? He cannot stand still behind him. Okay.
And you should know better because you've been embarrassed enough, and so has your network. Your network is a disaster. ABC is a disaster. Here is the...
Okay, so here is the whatever I just signed. I'm pissed because you're calling me out. I'm trying to get beyond this. I'm trying to say that I'm gonna say save the American people between 30 and 80% off their prescription drugs. I'm out here trying to lie, and you won't let me lie in peace. Saying that I'm going to do something by executive order that I can definitely not even do by executive order. Bitch, shut up. Okay, so watch the idiot Dr. Oz, who is just so glad to be in the building. Run after him with this Sharpie. Please watch this dumb motherfucker.
Bill, Bobby, come on over here. Now you're talking about trees and trees. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Look at him looking at the Sharpie. Hey, Dad, you want your pencil, Dad, you forgot your pencil. Oh, okay, Dad doesn't want his pencil. All right, see you later. All right, a whole fucking cast of idiots. I don't know why I was so into that, but it seemed like Wig is so ugly. He looks bloated, like he's sick. I'd love to see it. He said the word drugs is Pavlov's dog too. Is his Pavlov dog response? Oh, okay. That's why I was like, what the fuck is wrong with Robert Kennedy? He's looking all disheveled, like he just came off of a run, and he can't keep it still. It's a farce. It is a farce. I do want to share one more thing with you. If you guys are not subscribed to Adam Mokler, even 4547's supporters, ardent, hard supporters, are against him taking this plane. Even Laura Loomer. Let's look at some of the responses of the hard right, the most racist people, such as what is this dude's name? The one who he had dinner with. What is his name? I can't remember. What is his name? Let's look at some of the ardent. What is his name? Nick Fuentes. Let's look at some of the responses from the hard MAGA right about this jet from Qatar that 4547 is definitely interested in. Let me see. What is it? MAGA host slowly realized Trump is MAGA hosts slowly realize Trump is insanely corrupt. Oh, I don't know what took them so long, but let's find out.
Don Alexander is going to be flown to Qatar after he is released to meet with Trump. And I just
Oh, so he's going to be flown to Qatar. That is the hostage who has just been released. He's on his way to Qatar, not to his family, not to rest. He's on his way. They're gonna, put him down, put him around like a little prized little puppy before they put him down. Hey, you told me to make an agreement with Hamas. Hey, this is my little Hamas agreement that I made for you, Qatar. Thank you for the $400 aircraft, Qatar. Let's continue.
just don't understand this at all. They're going to parade him around the country that housed the terrorists who were responsible for the October 7th massacre, who were responsible for his captivity. All the other released hostages went to the hospital for days at a minimum, and I'm really confused by the situation.
You're really confused by the situation that he actually negotiated with these same terrorists? How are you confused, bitch?
And something is feeling very off to me.
What's off is that Trump has no actual morals, no guiding principles. He's transactional.
Just being honest.
MAGA influencer realized that Trump has no morals whatsoever, but it gets better. Ben Shapiro then went on a long tirade about
Ben Shapiro. I said Nick Fuentes. Ben Shapiro. He's the good one.
About how Trump should not be doing this. I mean, before we even jump into that, look at what Laura Loomer posted. She said, I love President Trump. I would take a bullet for him, but I have to call a spade a spade. We cannot accept a $400 million gift from jihadists in suits. The Qataris fund the same Iranian proxies and Hamas and Hezbollah who have murdered U.S. service members, the same proxies that have worked with Mexican cartels to get jihadists across our border. They also try to influence our colleges in many ways. This is really going to be such a stain on the admin if this is true, says Laura Loomer, who is like a massive Trump loyalist. And I say that as someone who would take a bullet for Trump. You said that twice, Laura Loomer. That's kind of a creepy thing to say. I'm so disappointed. And remember, Trump said that the planned gift of a luxury plane is a, quote, very transparent deal. And the person who rubber stamped the deal was Pam Bondi, a former Qatari lobbyist. All of this information comes together to create a pretty damning picture. And Ben Shapiro seems to see this as well. Make sure you drop a like. Make sure you drop some blue hearts. By the way, if you want to help our more left-leaning media beat MAGA media, then make sure you subscribe to the Adam Mockler channel below. Over the past 4 years, right-wing podcasts have sort of been washing us, have sort of been beating us, but we are finally coming back. That being said, check out this clip.
Those terrorist groups, as well as doing the bidding of Iran. You know who says this, actually? President Trump. There was President Trump on Qatar in June 2017.
By the way, Ben Shapiro's mad.
The nation of Qatar, unfortunately, has historically been a funder of terrorism at a very high level.
What?
And in the wake of that conference, nations came together and spoke to me about confronting Qatar
what you do?
Over its behavior. So we had a decision to make. Do we take the easy road or do we finally take a hard but necessary action?
What you do?
We have to stop the funding of terrorism.
That was Trump just a few months back talking about Qatar, and he's taking that very money now.
Okay, well, how does Qatar combat these allegations? The answer is they spread the money everywhere. According to the Network Contagion Research Institute, Qatar is by far the single largest donor to American universities since 9/11. By far, it's not close. Meanwhile, the Qatar Investment Authority, the QIA, controls, according to the Institute for the Study of Global Anti-Semitism and Policy, between $500 billion and $1 trillion in assets. And they use those assets to put themselves in positions of influence. So, for example, in August 2023, a Qatari sovereign wealth fund bought the Park Lane Hotel in New York for $623 million. Okay. The company was owned by Steve Witkoff's company.
Wow. That is Ben Shapiro realizing how deeply corrupt the Trump admin is, and that Qatar is trying to leverage that, trying to use the transactional nature of Trump and the people around him to influence not only universities, but the president and his envoys. I mean, Steve Witkoff is a special envoy, and the Qataris bought his property, gave him money.
The company had been in limbo Okay, the Park Lane Hotel was in limbo for 6 years following the attempted seizure of the hotel by the DOJ, thanks to corruption charges against one of the original owners, a guy named Lo Take-Jo. So when Steve Witkoff says that he really, really likes the Qataris, well, I mean, he does have some warm relations with the Qataris.
I think in the case of the Qataris, they're criticized for not being well motivated. It's preposterous. They are well motivated. They're good, decent people. What they want is a mediation that's effective, that gets to a peace goal. And why? Because they're a small nation and they want to be acknowledged as a peacemaker.
Taking sacks of goodies from people who support Hamas, the Muslim Brotherhood, Al Jazeera, all the rest, that's not America first. Like, please define America first in a way that says you should take sacks of cash from the Qatari royals who are behind Al Jazeera.
Dude, that is Ben Shapiro saying that Trump is not America first. Trump is putting America last. He's finally catching on.
It just isn't America first in any conceivable way. So back to the original question.
And really quickly, I'm 22 years old, so I'm not supposed to be thinking about aging yet, but I am. I kind of overextended myself during
the skeezy stuff needs to stop. And here's the thing. It's already says, no, it isn't. It isn't. If you want, it's good for President Trump. Is it good for his agenda? Is it good for draining the swamp and getting things done? The answer is no, it isn't. It isn't. If you want President Trump to succeed, this kind of skeezy stuff needs to stop. And here's the thing. It's already having an impact. It's already having an impact. Quick example. Last week, the Senate considered a procedural vote on the so-called Genius Act. This is an act that should have had wide bipartisan support. The Genius Act helps deregulate the crypto industry, an area that's vital for America's economic development. As you all know, I'm a big fan of crypto. I own Bitcoin, some Ethereum. If you want to watch me explain why crypto is fascinating and useful, check out my YouTube video on the subject. And I know a ton of people in the crypto industry who've been ecstatic about President Trump's deregulatory approach to the subject, which is awesome. But the bill was shot down last week because, at least in part, Democrats said they wouldn't vote for the thing because of President Trump's use of crypto himself. You all remember President Trump launching $Trump crypto 3 days before taking office as president. Trump himself announced the Trump crypto on X and Truth Social. He described it as a meme coin, meaning it had no inherent value. It was just there for the kind of bleeps and giggles. The price spiked to a trading value of nearly $13 billion, making it the 19th most valuable cryptocurrency on planet Earth. And then it proceeded to plummet, like really, really dive. The project allegedly netted people associated with it, meaning the Trump organizations associated with the Trump crypto, some $350 million. 80% of the outstanding supply of that meme coin is still held by insiders, presumably members of the Trump organization.
This is Ben Shapiro just blatantly calling out the Trump administration, calling out Trump for being brazenly corrupt.
Overall, according to data shared with CNBC, there were 2 million wallets that bought that Trump meme coin. 764,000 of them lost money. 58 wallets made more than 10 million bucks. And then in April, that Trump meme coin announced that the top 220 holders of the meme coin would be invited to an intimate private dinner with President Trump at his golf club. The top 25 were invited to a VIP White House tour. According to Bloomberg News, 19 of the top 25 holders of that Trump meme coin that have registered on the website's leaderboard have bought the coins using foreign exchanges that claim to exclude U.S. customers, which means that foreigners are buying a lot of the meme coin and then
foreigners are pumping up a lot of money into his pockets. Understand? Let's continue.
Getting meetings with President Trump and VIP White House tours and all the rest. This raises the question of influence peddling. If you basically buy a bunch of Trump meme coin and then funnel money to organizations associated with President Trump so that you can have dinner with Trump, that doesn't look great. Democratic senators, of course, immediately announced that they wanted an ethics probe. They sent a letter saying, quote, this latest action raises grave ethics and legal concerns, including this.
As they should have. But what have the Republicans done? Absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Severe risk that President Trump and other officials may be engaging in pay-to-play corruption by selling presidential access to individuals or entities to include foreign nationals and corporate actors with vested interests in federal action while personally enriching the president and his family. It might be overstated, but let's be clear, some people do seem to be investing in the Trump meme coin for the access. I mean, there was literally a CEO of a company called Freight Technologies that just bought $20 million worth of Trump meme coin, which I got to say is not like the most solid investment. What was the explanation? Quote, We believe the addition of the official Trump tokens are an excellent way to diversify our crypto treasury and also an effective way to advocate for fair, balanced, and free trade between Mexico and the United States.
Okay, I'm sorry if I let Ben Shapiro talk for a little bit too long, but I promise you everything he was saying there was pretty solid information about why the Trump administration is undeniably corrupt and influencing their power, or sorry, wielding their power to just be corrupt and make money. I mean, he explained it better than I could have.
It's like to impact policy. Again, not the least skeezy thing I've ever heard. Now, listen, maybe all of this is overblown. Maybe it's all nonsense. Maybe some of it's not true. And I understand some of it's being reported by legacy media outlets. But again, here is the question. Does any of this help advance the president's agenda? You know, the agenda that we all voted for, the agenda we want to see implemented. Does this make his presidency stronger or weaker? Now, I'm going to repeat again. I don't know whether this activity is criminal in any way, but things do not have to be criminal to hurt the agenda. If you want President Trump's agenda to succeed, taking jets from Qatar is not the way. Taking real estate deals from Qatar is not the way. The largest obstacle to any administration is scandal. From Watergate to Whitewater, scandal-plagued administrations have a really tough time gathering the political capital necessary to actually effectuate their agenda. And that's why it's unbelievably important that the Trump administration avoid scandal. That is the reason I'm worried about this stuff. Yes, I think inherently it is bad. I do not think this is good. I think if we switch the names to Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, we'd all be freaking out on the right. Let's say
he is telling no lies. And this is somebody who said that 4547 did not try to create a coup by sending all of those people, and all of those people who crashed on January 6th, who crashed the Senate on January 6th. They were not trying to disrupt. He is all for the January 6ers, but this is a bridge too far from even this person, for even him. He's laying it on the line. I am shocked.
Say if Qatar was giving Joe a $400 million jet for his use at his presidential library after his presidency, or if Hunter launched a crypto firm with the son of Antony Blinken and then launched a series of crypto products in which mysterious strangers, including foreigners, were investing, all while
like 4547's sons are doing. Do you hear this being widely talked about by Republicans? No, you don't. You barely hear it in the media. You're not going to hear it put down this way on Fox Entertainment Channel.
That crypto firm was being regulated by Joe's administration, we'd all have been pretty upset on the right. We might have said that it was worthy of some coverage. Now, as I say, again, it could be all of these reports, all of them. Maybe it's all just a misreading of perfectly innocent business. Sure.
No.
It's possible. But the point is this.
Bullshit.
President Trump has enemies all over the place. He has people seeking to take advantage of their proximity to his power. He has media outlets that would love nothing better than to set him up for another impeachment. And I promise you, if these issues begin to dog his administration,
set him up for another impeachment. How you gonna set him up for another impeachment? He's setting himself up for another impeachment. But you know that the right are not going to impeach him because they're quiet. The media is willing to set him up for another impeachment. Bitch, are you serious? See that? I tell you. See, you have to blame his behavior on the media trying to set him up for impeachment. That's where you fucked up, motherfucker.
Republicans will lose Congress. It's that simple. Republicans are this close to losing Congress anyway. And then whatever President Trump hopes to do, whatever agenda we all voted for, will be DOA. The investigations.
Whatever agenda you have voted for is DOA anyway. What agenda has he sent to Congress other than giving rich a tax cut? Everything else has been done by executive order. Illegal things that he has done by executive orders that have been walked back by the courts, and that's why they are aiming at the courts. I think he wants some of his Proud Boys to stand up and stand by for these judges. He's actually putting what do they call those crosshairs on judges when he lose this all of these illegal executive orders that he's doing that are against the law. And because they are against the law, the judges say so. And he's like, who are you to tell me what to do? The Supreme Court told me that I could do whatever I wanted to do as long as I felt that it was in my presidential powers when they gave me immunity. So do you wonder why he feels the way he feels? Okay.
Never end. There will be more impeachments. All of that will happen. The administration's policy is too important for this sort of activity. President Trump promised to drain the swamp. This is not, in fact, draining the swamp.
President Trump has more billionaires in his cabinet than any president has ever had. So you thought he was draining the swamp? You didn't think he was draining the swamp? You couldn't have thought he was draining the swamp. Are you serious? But it's okay. Just keep doing the racial hate stuff. You're good when you do the climbing back rights from black people, and making black people feel like the only reason they have their job is through DEI. It has nothing to do with their work ethics, their education, their skills at doing their job. No, keep doing that, and we'll keep supporting you. You're not supposed to do all of this stuff that is even obvious to us. A quid pro quo to all of these Middle Eastern. We don't like brown people. We definitely don't like Muslims with our fake Christian believing asses. Okay. That's all.
Was elected based on the American people being sick and tired of the swamp.
Boom. That is Ben Shapiro admitting that Trump is becoming the swamp. He is openly seeing it now because Trump just got too brazen with his corruption. When you take bribes from Qatar, that is insane. When you take a flying palace from Qatar, that goes beyond insane. It transcends corruption.
Okay, so the link is in my description box. I think that's all. I just want to double check. Oops, I dropped myself off. Let's end on a funny note. I love these Alabama women. I'm Fed Up. It's their channel. Please, their link is in my description box. I have them under why is Fox News ignoring these white men? These women are funny in their commentary, but it is some frightening stuff that they are talking about in their commentary as well. So let's go through a couple of
that immigrants who come over here and do the work. MAGA media spends a lot of time trying to scare their viewers that immigrants who come over here and do the work that the MAGA base is too lazy to do. And they try to scare the base that these people are criminals and horrible and awful. Well, here at iHip News, we're going to spend a little time talking about the homophobic MAGA white man and the evidence surrounding all of the fuckery that goes on with these men is overwhelming. And I got all of these posts from an Instagram account called Right Wing Watch. So make sure you go follow them because they pieced all of this together. Let's put up the first one. Okay, here we have a Minnesota state trooper named Jeremy Francis Plonsky, and he has been arrested for producing a video of himself sexually abusing an infant. And I want you to notice that they tracked down his social media accounts, and he has posted a picture of the assassination attempt on Trump with a fight, proving that number one, he's MAGA. Number two, he's probably knee deep in all of this QAnon stuff. And he produced a video of himself sexually abusing an infant. Where's the Fox freak out on this? Crickets. It's nowhere. They're too busy scaring people that kids are using litter boxes in school, which is an absolute lie. But this is video evidence of MAGA doing diabolical, fucked up shit with kids. All right, next up, we have a known white supremacist has been arrested for burning down social justice center that trained Rosa Parks. A Tesla was not involved in the incident, so federal domestic terrorism charges are unlikely. So think about this. This guy burns down a social justice center that trained Rosa Parks, and Pam Bondi spends all of her time trying to get people charged with domestic terrorism that key a Tesla. It's just the rule of law in this country has gone down the toilet, and the angry, homophobic, racist white man is a very dangerous space in America. And I know this because when I was 20 years old, I lived in Oklahoma City, and I remember everything about when the bomb went off downtown, and it was right-wing extremists that did it. And that movement has continued to grow, and it has morphed into the MAGA movement. All right, next up, we have a Christian mega MAGA pastor named Daniel Merrick. He has pled guilty to possessing nearly 700 child sex abuse images. And in his online profile, he identifies as #mega MAGA and has a link to the Bible and all sorts of stuff. So again, he has pled guilty. Fox News is wondering what
mega maggot it should be.
Abrego Garcia's tattoos mean. But these guys, these sex offenders, got due process. And I support the due process for these horrific criminals that commit horrific crimes against children. But on Fox and on the right-wing media bubble, they never talk about these guys who got due process and even plead guilty to over 700 images of sexual abuse on children. All right, the next post. A MAGA border protection officer, Scott Rocky, has been arrested for hoarding over 4,000 images of children between the ages of 4 and 10 being sexually abused. This man is MAGA. He promotes MAGA stuff on his social media and has images of kids between the ages of 4 and 10 getting sexually abused. And MAGA has an angry white man problem that does a lot of evil shit, and it's not spoken about because, again, they believe that white people can do whatever they want with impunity, as evidenced by electing a man who was found guilty of sexual abuse in a court of law and committed 34 felonies. That's their leader, because when he gets to do bad shit, they see it as, oh yeah, we can do bad shit too. Okay, put up the next one.
Yes, there is more.
Police have arrested a MAGA college safety officer for possession of a video showing a 4-year-old child being raped. And this MAGA officer on his social media, of course, he has the assassination fight attempt to Trump. That's a big crowd pleaser in the MAGA movement. And then he also posts some stuff about Epstein. And we just see time and time again that these men, the louder they speak about their homophobia or how badly they want to protect children, oftentimes they're masking something that they themselves are guilty of. Put up the next post. All right, we have a fanatically pro-Trump, anti-LGBTQ Louisiana pastor, Shane Wiggins, has been arrested on child rape charges after months of trying to evade the police. And this guy is a big triple Trumper, a pastor, and is accused of child rape. I mean, this is a massive problem that seems to have a niche in the MAGA movement, yet they're always trying to scare you about other things. Okay, and in another disturbing story in the MAGAverse that doesn't get covered, this is Cody McCollum, a white supremacist, gang member, and repeat violent offender who repeatedly raped a child. The conservatives, will never hear this man's name. Fox News won't mention him. Trump won't mention him. Trump officials won't do tough on crime photo ops in front of his prison cell. And he certainly won't be shipped to El Salvador for the simple fact that he's white and his ideology aligns with the Trump regime. So I just want to remind everybody that a 30-year-old gay makeup artist from Venezuela was shipped to a concentration camp in El Salvador. And all of these MAGA people do this tough talk. We're here to save children. We're worried about these sex offenders. They don't worry about it when it's inside their own house. Okay, the next one. We have a Christian chaplain trained at Republican activist Jerry Falwell's Liberty University, Douglas Cotta. Has been sentenced to 6 months in prison for possession of sex abuse content featuring preschool-aged children. And Liberty University is the school where Jerry Falwell Jr. they had the Cabana Boy, and he would watch his wife have sex with a Cabana Boy while he masturbated. Yet the kids at Liberty University can't drink, can't hold hands, can't kiss, can't masturbate.
When she said a chaplain, I thought that was a rotund black bald chaplain who likes to wear big Jewish hats. I'm relieved that it's not one of our own this time, but I digress. Let her finish.
This is like thought police on steroids. And I think the larger thing that I'm trying to get at here is when you try to control people's thoughts and you tell people that sex is bad and sex is shameful, starting at a very young age, that doesn't age well into adulthood. We're genetically hardwired to reproduce, to have sex, to perpetuate our species. And religions try to shame this and look at the aftermath of it. And mind you, all of these people are all up in women's OBGYN appointments. And if they need an abortion, they think it's their business. Meanwhile, they're completely morally duplicitous and disgusting sex offenders. Okay, put up the next post. All right, this is my last guy here. We have a MAGA church volunteer who accused drag queens of grooming children. Kevin Hurley has been arrested for raping 2 children, and he put up on his social media, ask not why the children shouldn't see drag queens. Ask why drag queens crave an audience of children. He puts the...
So he was jealous. He was jealous that the drag queens was spending more time with the children, grooming him, in his words, than he was. Was that why he was upset? He felt that the drag queens were grooming children, something that he preferred to do himself. Oh, okay. I don't hear anything about these people. I don't hear anything about these people. Just giving you a heads up about why people are so mad about the things. When I protest too much, how many times have we heard right-wing Republicans denigrate homosexuals only to be busted in some uncomfortable positions with homosexuals themselves? Okay, let's continue.
This up. And as Shakespeare wrote, thou doth protest too much. This man was solely focused on the imaginary problem of...
I didn't even know she was going to say that. I did not even know. I didn't watch. It was like so many. I didn't even get to the last one. I did not know she was going to say that, but it's obvious. It's obvious.
Drag queens being obsessed with children, which is, I don't know if y'all have ever met a drag queen. I've met many. The majority of them don't even like children. But even if they did, this is a horrible homophobic trope that is perpetuated by MAGA so that the MAGA cult will take their eyes off the ball and focus on something that's a little bit different from them. Trans people, gay people, drag queens. There's not a shred of evidence that children are in danger at drag shows. There's not a shred of evidence that the LGBTQ plus community has some radical agenda to whack wieners off of kids in schools. However, there is tons and tons and tons of evidence that children are abused in churches and that these churches pay out multi-billion-dollar settlements, cover it up, point pastors and priests to other venues so that they can continue to sexually abuse these children. So all of MAGA wants to live in la-la, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs land, while the rest of us need to realize this is a broken personality cult. These people have been indoctrinated at a very young age. These people need psychological deprogramming. They need help, and we need to keep our light shining on the dysfunction and the fuckery that lives in this MAGA cult, because it is dangerous, it is disturbing, and they want to marginalize the most marginalized so they can do this kind of shit with impunity. And you're never going to hear Trump, Musk, or Pam Bondi say anything about any of this. But I want to say one final time, all of these guys, disgusting. All of these guys deserve due process. MAGA can't say that. They won't say that because they want a system that's rigged for them. All right, please subscribe to our channel. We're trying to get to 1 million, and we'll see you all soon.
This used to be a Boeing manufacturer.
The thing is, when they went to vote, they didn't care. MAGA supporters are starting to find out exactly what they voted for. And the thing is, when they went to vote, they didn't care about Trump screwing over other people. They wanted him to screw over other people. Well, now they're finding out these policies don't discriminate. They screw over everyone except the billionaire class. Let's put up a tale of two tweets. Austin Peterson is going through some things. He tweeted in 2024 of July, "I'm voting for Donald Trump for the economy and to own the libs." As we all know, this is a core principle for MAGA, owning the libs. Well, current May of 2025, Austin Peterson tweets, "Well, there went my shoe business. I don't understand why the tariffs have to eliminate the de minimis exemption. Why does government punish small businesses in this country, knowing full well that Nike and all the big brands will be fine paying the taxes, but Steffi and I get wiped out? That's because you voted for a man that is a criminal and who is only advancing the cause of his billionaire friends."
What I find interesting is he's all pro-Trump. And then in his tweet, he says, well, it's Trump. Trump did it. He is the one single-handedly responsible for the tariffs and tanking both the domestic and global economy. So that's who his problem's with.
Yeah, but let's not let any of the sycophants around Trump off the hook. When he says they, it is a cast of characters who are locked in and loaded, ready to dismantle the American economy, be welfare queens off of hardworking taxpayers like this man who only thought he was going to go after brown people, black people, gay people, and immigrants. He didn't realize that they would come after him as well. Next up, it's important to note that the entire MAGA universe is all smoke and mirrors. Yes, they have millions of supporters, but I have long thought it is not to the volume that they propose it is. And here's why. You have Elon Musk that owns Twitter. You have Russia, who has been propagandizing on social media for a decade. You have Mark Zuckerberg, who lately has been, he's felt neutered. And he went on the podcast and said he felt really neutered and he needed to be a big boy out on social media. So all the algorithms are rigged to look like there is this inflated MAGA support. And here's an example of what they do. This is from back a year or so ago, but put this up. Look at all of these accounts, all saying the exact same thing at the exact same time. This is a coordinated robotic attack, all with the same message. All of these accounts have 0 followers. The situation is the right-wing media propaganda machine puts out this misinformation and disinformation via all of these robotic accounts, these troll accounts. And then they get amplified and re-amplified and re-amplified. And on the beta male form of Twitter, they go hard in the paint when they see that something is amplified. They're like, oh yeah, they feel like they're in the majority. And because these people, for them, critical thinking is painful. It's painful to critically think. And I know you think it's funny, but it's true. When people have been deeply indoctrinated into thinking a certain way, critical thinking is very disorienting for them. So having this huge robot base put out all of this misinformation and disinformation makes them feel like there's value in numbers.
Well, and they also, then they go on Fox
Okay. Oh, I apologize. I was on mute. I didn't realize. I was just saying. I suggest that you guys go over there. Um, iHip News. Uh, their logo is "I've had it," and it in every video that they do, you can see that they have had it, and they are a hoot. They are a hoot. So go check their channel out. Someone asked how many subscribers they have. They have 859,000 subscribers. So make sure you go over there and check them out. So that's all I have on the horizon for today. I appreciate you all for coming over here and spending some time with me. I My goal is to give you information. If I am going to review videos, I am going to review videos that strike me, that uh, help me put information together. I hope it helps you put information together. And let's not forget that there's genocide in Africa as well as in Palestine. And yeah, there is a definite shift in the atmosphere of what is being presented to us, and it's to our peril if we ignore it. Uh, don't forget, prices have gone up a definite 30%, and once prices go up, they usually do not go down. There's a is it a 90-day hold on the 145% tariffs on China? They have taken it down to 30%, which means that anything that you ordered or purchased that is shipped in from China is automatically going up 30%. So while 47 wants to act as if he has done something great, the only reason why the tariffs have went up anyway is because of his unilateral decision to enforce some type of terror war. And while he was elected in from many of the people, it was the economy. It was the economy. So your economy has now been increased by no less than 30%. So I hope you guys are happy with what you've done. Okay. So share my video out to any people who like this type of content. I would appreciate it. I still love you, Ronnie Q. I just hate Wig, and he stresses me out. But I'll check in more. No, check in as much as you or as little as you can stand it. But I definitely appreciate you checking in. See, Sarah, this lady Jennifer Walsh is very wealthy. She's worth about 60 million, if I remember correctly. She is fair and kind. Not all rich folks are fucked up. Jennifer Walsh, I believe that's the one who was on the video by herself before her partner came in. She's the interior designer. Oh, I didn't know Adam and Obama was planning anything. Let me go over there and see if there's an update on Adam Mokler channel before I leave. Don't hurt. And Don Lemon has gone live. His title is Trump Tariff Laws and Racist Refugee Policies. Okay, let me go back to Adam Mokler and see. No updates from him as of yet. Let me check his post out, see if he has a post up stating this is definitely someone else you should subscribe to. Uh, Adam Mokler. Go over and check him out. Check out the people who are in my description box. Some of them most of them have great content that I'd like to share with you guys. And they had a meeting. Oh, she is the interior designer. Okay, I'm gonna I'm gonna copy her name because I want to see some of her stuff. I really like her, Jennifer Walsh. Okay, I'm writing that down because I want to see some of her work. Um, so I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Yeah, I peep at Adam too. It was a strategy meeting apparently. Oh, and they said that the Democrat Party lost a lot of young people because a lot of young people, especially a lot of young men, did not get out and vote. So I'm wondering if that's the strategy to engage more people. They said that the Democrat Party didn't give young men anything to get excited about or to yearn towards. You have a good one too, M. Renee. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Okay. So I hope you guys have a great day, great remainder of your day. And thank you for supporting me. I greatly appreciate you all. All right. I'm out of here. Bye bye.